me to check and see if he's there?
We don't have a pledge here.
Supervisor Johnson, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you.
I'll call this meeting to order. If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Mohave. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending our public hearing this morning. Public hearing on the discussion of the Mexican gray wolf reintroduction and the land management plan. I've got a few introductions I'd like to make. When I call your name, would you please stand up and be recognized? Larry Adams. Larry, will you stand up? Larry, I believe, were you past chairman of the Arizona Game and Fish Commission?
And that was in another life, and I'm not here in that capacity.
Thank you, Larry, but I just wanted to make that notoriety of Mr. Adams. Thank you. We have Representative Doris Goodell here today. Is Patrick Bray here from the Arizona Cattle Growers Association and the Farm Bureau? Patrick make it today? Okay. Also visiting from the other part of the state, and believe me, we do appreciate the presence of our supervisors from the eastern Arizona, and I'd like to introduce to you Barry Weller. Barry? And Sylvia Allen. Sylvia? And we have a Doyle Shamley from Apache County. Doyle? There, way on the back. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank those folks for making such a long journey. And they, as we, understand the importance of understanding the information that will be presented to us today. And that is the purpose of our public hearing. We want to make sure that each of those that are attending and those that are attending by other means have a full understanding and an opportunity to learn as much as we possibly can about this subject. And that's why we have our presenters today. We have a presentation next by John Oakleaf, biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Mr. Oakleaf, if you'll come down to the podium, and I again want to thank you for coming today, John.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and really appreciate the invite to come and talk about our proposed 10J rule, Chairman Watson. So.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't take it out on the presenter. He's giving us the information. Don't.
Well, feel free to take it out on the presenter. I know it's a passionate topic for a lot of folks.
It is passionate, but I'm sure everyone in the audience today will show their utmost respect. John, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here again today, Supervisors and Chairman Watson. I appreciate it. And we'll get right into it. The reason why we're here is a proposed 10J rule, which is a non-essential experimental rule. But before we talk about that specifically, let's talk about a little bit of background of wolves in general. So gray wolves, whether you're talking about this wolf sitting in an esker in Denali, laying down, National Park, or this wolf in Idaho, or these in Yellowstone, share some common characteristics. Their densities are driven by prey, ungulate densities out there, large ungulates, elk or deer, and human tolerance. So those two things typically drive the density of wolves. A pack of wolves consists of about 2 to 11 wolves, and they occupy a territory of 30 to 700 square miles, depending on the prey density. They occupy this territory exclusive of other wolves. In about April, mid-April, early May, they produce a litter typically of about 5 pups. Wolves are also very capable dispersers. They move across the landscape and can disperse up to 500 miles as an individual animal. They disperse across the landscape to essentially find a territory of their own, find a mate. The pack is a social structure which consists of the mother and the father and pups that are born and yearlings that are associated with that pack. So let's talk about the Mexican wolf specifically. It's a unique subspecies of gray wolf. It's in the southern United States and Mexico down to Oaxaca, Mexico. It is the smallest subspecies of gray wolf, about 50 to 80 pounds. And it's generally an ecological generalist and located in forested areas with adequate prey. The history of Mexican wolves is similar to the history of a lot of wolves and predators, mimicking the attitude at the time. They were extirpated from the southwestern United States by 1970 and extirpated from Mexico by the mid-1980s. So there were no Mexican wolves per se in the wild by the late 80s. So when you look at what we have done, the captive population, the first thing was to establish a captive population because there were so few Mexican wolves in the wild. And so from 77 to 1980, a trapper by the name of Roy McBride was commissioned by the Fish and Wildlife Service to go down to Mexico and trap some of the few remaining Mexican wolves that were found alive. And so from that, there was 7 founders, two groups, the Aragon and Ghost Ranch lineage, were found in zoos. And then there's the McBride lineage, and that's the other 3 founders that were found in the wild. The Mexican wolf was listed as an endangered species in '76 as part of the larger gray wolf species. A recovery plan was developed in 1982. This is a pretty important point that gets lost sometimes, is there was no recovery criteria associated with that 1982 recovery plan, only objectives. And what they said is, we can't imagine, there's about 20 some odd wolves in captivity at that time, and they said we can't imagine a scenario where we would get to recovery, but these are the interim goals that we can establish in the recovery plan. And so they said at least 240 wolves in the captive breeding program, Mexican wolves. And indeed, currently we have met that goal. And to establish a viable self-sustaining population of at least 100 wolves in the wild somewhere in a 5,000 square mile area. And they said this is not recovery, but again, this is all that we can imagine out there. So they were first released into the wild in 1998. So again, we designated a non-essential experimental population of Mexican wolves in Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. So that's where the non-essential experimental area was. A non-essential experimental area is just an area where you can designate different rules for take. You can lessen the restrictions of endangered species. It's designed so that you can mitigate the impact of endangered species on the ground associated with reintroductions. The project is collaboratively implemented. Later on, you'll be hearing from John Cooley of Arizona Game and Fish, the White Mountain Apache Tribe, the Forest Service, and Wildlife Services are all a part of that program, as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service. So this is what it looked like, the designated area. We had, and I'll see if I can get this thing to work. Yeah, interesting. Pointer's not really working, I'll just use the mouse. Anyways, we had designated a 10J area south of I-40, north of I-10. So this is the 10J area where those rules applied, the non-essential experimental rules. We also designated reintroduction areas. This area right here is the Blue Range Wolf reintroduction area. And this area over here is the White Sands wolf reintroduction area. Wolves were only allowed to be released from captivity in the primary wolf recovery zone, which is this little hashed area inside the Blue Range or the White Sands. They were allowed to disperse or be translocated into these other gray areas here inside the Blue Range wolf recovery area. White Mountain Apache tribes signed on in 2002 under our 10J rule. The tribes are allowed to choose whether they want wolves removed or they want to sign on as cooperators and allow wolves to occupy their reservation in this case. So this is where we were in '98. An important part of this rule was that wolves that wandered outside of the Blue Range wolf recovery area had to be retrieved back inside so if the wolf left and permanently established a territory out here, had to be retrieved and brought back in. So those are the components. We never used the White Sands experimental area due to low prey density and a variety of other factors. But in extreme eastern Arizona and western New Mexico, we have used that area, and that's where our population is established. So what did we learn during this time frame from 1998 until now, which indicated a need for modification? Well, we conducted a 3-year and a 5-year review on the project. Both of those reviews suggested we continue the project with modification. We also conducted a Mexican wolf conservation assessment in 2010. Again, it indicated some spots where we needed to improve, but continue on with the project. These approvals, a lot of the approvals suggested in both the 3- and 5-year review as well as the conservation assessment related to the regulatory rules of the non-essential experimental population. So a little bit more specific then in terms of the factors identified in the 3- and 5-year review and other areas. There was a limited area for initial release. If you look at this, you look at this area where wolves could be released from captivity directly into the wild was just in the Greenlee County zone of Arizona in the primary recovery zone. This is about 16% of the total area of the Blue Range wolf recovery area. This dispersal outside of the Blue Range where you had to capture wolves for no other reason than being outside of the Blue Range was inconsistent with other wolf recovery programs that the Fish and Wildlife Service had conducted in the Northern Rockies, and as well as the recovery that was going on in the Great Lakes state. There was, as a result of some of these rules within our 10J rule, mortality and removal rates were high. Again, removing wolves outside of the BWRA contributed that to the Blue Range wolf recovery. And then mortality in general was high. Gene diversity is limited, which also affects the adaptive potential of the population. Part of the reason for diversity being limited is the fact that there's a limited area for initial releases. So that limits our ability to get some of the genes that we need to out in the wild. Recall that once wolves establish a territory, they defend that from other wolves. And so when you're talking about 16% of the recovery area in the primary recovery zone, that's used up pretty quickly, the quality habitat within that. Once a pack is established there, you can't put another pack on top of them. There'll be aggressive interactions. And overall, the population growth and stability has not met our expectation. But the primary reason why we started down this path is this last bullet, to ensure that the non-essential experimental population is associated with the Mexican wolf subspecies listing, if finalized. So the other action that's going on besides a 10J modification, a non-essential experimental modification in the federal government, is this. We're looking at changing where Gray wolves overall are listed. Historically, they said the lower 48. They just said gray wolves in the lower 48, and all the subspecies in the gray wolf are listed as endangered or threatened in Minnesota. So the recent rule that was put out, reclassification rule is what we call it, that was put out, said, gray wolves can be delisted throughout these areas, but Mexican gray wolf, where there's only 75 of this subspecies remaining, needs to be listed as endangered, as an endangered species. It also said these areas over here in the East Coast were incorrectly listed as gray wolf, when in fact they were a different species of wolf. So that's where we were, given the fact that we only had 75 in the wild this last year. It's a pretty small population compared to other areas where they're thinking of delisting wolves. Say the Northern Rockies, where there's 1,700 or 4,500 in the Western Great Lakes, or greater than 70,000 gray wolves in Alaska and Canada. The other thing that's going on simultaneously to all this is Mexico, as a nation, began reintroducing wolves in October of 2011. The initial reintroduction was somewhat unsuccessful. 4 out of the 5 wolves were dead. However, they've released wolves both in Chihuahua in 2012, 2013. The initial releases were up here, pretty close to the U.S. border in Sonora. And the next releases were down kind of in this intermittent area right here. Those were in 2012 and 2013. And those animals have been more successful in the second area that they chose. So there is currently 2 of them out there. Mexico plans on continuing releases and amping up law enforcement. So let's get back to the rule, bouncing around a little bit, and that Mexico stuff will come into play as we talk about the changes in the rule. The first proposed change for Mexican wolves in the non-essential experimental rule is to allow initial releases in the entire Blue Range wolf recovery area and eliminate the difference between the primary and secondary recovery zone. So that's one of the changes that are out there. The next potential change is to allow wolves to disperse outside of the Blue Range wolf recovery area, but not outside of the Mexican wolf experimental population area. If you recall the original, and we'll look at some maps related to this, but the experimental population area, the way it was configured in 1998, again, was between I-40 and I-10. The other proposals are to expand the Blue Range to include other national forest lands in the Sitgreaves, Tonto National Forest, within certain ranger districts, the Payson, Pleasant Valley, Cibola, and then in the Cibola in New Mexico in the Magdalena district. We also looked at moving the southern boundary of the Mexican wolf experimental area to the international border down to Mexico. Part of the reason for doing this would be that area is currently endangered. So wolves are classified based on where they stand. There's a litigation history with the service on that. And so if they're standing between I-10 and I-40 right now, they're non-essential experimental. You have the flexibility that's in that rule for take and those kind of things. If the wolf were to come up from Mexico right now into the United States south of I-10, it would be a fully endangered species. And so the idea is to move that regulatory flexibility down to the border with that. We decided to remove the small portion of Texas that was designated in the non-essential experimental area. That goes along with the next one, which was removing the designation of White Sands as a wolf recovery area. That's because White Sands has limited prey there in all of our analysis of that area. So simply small populations of wolves, about 30 is the estimate for White Sands. There's no reason to reintroduce wolves in that area. So the results of the geographic changes then. The way the proposed rule reads, there could be several results. So this is one that's proposed in the rule here on the left. And that says, hey, the 10J area is in Arizona, New Mexico. It's south of I-40, north of I-10, and the blue range is this gray area here. So releases could occur throughout the blue range. Wolves could wander wherever there's suitable habitat and they don't cause problems in this area, in the gray there. But if they wander outside of I-40 or south of I-10 from this non-essential experimental population, we would retrieve them. There's the idea that we would enlarge the blue range wolf recovery area. These are the extra forest districts that we're looking at. Here, the Sitgreaves, the Tonto, and the Cibola, the extra forest over here. And so that's one of the alternatives that could happen as a result of the proposed rule. Right now, all the changes are proposed. Obviously, we're taking comments on this. And nothing will take place until there's a final rule put in place. The other thing that could happen is we could expand the Mexican wolf experimental area south of I-10 to the international border. Or we could do both of those things, expand the blue range and expand south of I-10. So these are the proposals that are on the table out there. We're looking for comments. The next question comes up, are you going to be seeing this in Mohave County soon? Wolves standing up on the hillside as a result of these changes. So there's two things. The first is it's going to take a while for the administrative process to work through. So a year and a half. The next thing is this habitat map. When you look at it, you can see that here in hash, this is just kind of broad habitat where wolves may occur. It's not meant to exclude on a small scale. So it's supposed to show broadly where wolves may occur. Mohave County, you're looking at the extreme eastern edge where there's some habitat in Mohave County for wolves. And what we're trying to do through these things is establish a core population. And so the core population is going to tier off of the blue range as it currently exists. And so the answer is, yeah, wolves may be allowed to traverse into Mohave County and there's a little bit of habitat, but it's not going to be for a while out yet. And it's in the eastern portion of Mohave if these changes go through. Whoops. We also did some management changes. That was the geographic changes in our proposed rule. The 98 rule said only 6 breeding pairs, it allowed permits for take of depredating wolves on public land by livestock owners. So these are wolves in the act of attacking livestock on the public land. And previously it was said that there had to be 6 breeding pairs in the population. Our proposal says only 100 wolves, or 100 wolves would have to be in the population. And what we found is that breeding pairs is a pretty hard definition to hit. It's defined as a male and a female and 2 pups that survive until December 31st of the year of their birth. And so that's a hard definition to hit, and we figure that the population would be a better metric to measure when we allow this additional take to occur on the population. Another proposal out there is allowing take of wolves on private or tribal land by pet owners when the wolves are attacking pets. Currently, we have a provision that allows take of wolves, including lethal, on private land when they're attacking cattle. And so this just brings the cattle and pets to an equivalent level on private land. Another one is including provisions for the issuance of take on private or tribal lands of any Mexican wolf that is present on tribal land or private land under certain conditions. The conditions would be such things as you've documented depredations on private land, you've been unable to capture a wolf and collar it, and it's been repeated, and then you issue essentially a permit to the landowner. If he sees a wolf, he can take that wolf lethally. And so all these things are flexibilities. We anticipate with these changes, we'll have a bigger population of wolves. With a bigger population of wolves, the Fish and Wildlife Service needs to be more flexible. And then we also had some clarifications. There were just things we intended to do before, but and we needed to clarify and provide a better language. One of the ones to highlight here is individuals can take wolves in specific circumstances. And so before it was said personnel are authorized to take wolf. That implies agency employees. When you change it to individuals, we're looking out there for things like rubber bullets, non-lethal techniques to take wolves and modify their behavior. Again, more flexibilities there. So let's look. There's been this rule change that's going on, and then there's also an environmental impact statement, or EIS, that the service has talked about. This is the relationship between the two. We put out the 10J proposed rule. We're in the process of public and peer review of the 10J rule. We've also put out a draft of Chapter 1 and 2 of the EIS, which are just 2 of the 4 chapters of the EIS, for comments on the alternatives that we've looked at. And I went through some of those alternatives, but there may be other alternatives that are out there. And then after we've reviewed both of those and looked at comments, we'll publish a draft EIS. Again, the draft EIS will be available for public and peer review of the EIS, and then a final EIS and a final rule will come out of this. So let's look at the EIS process a little bit. In 2007, we initiated this EIS process with a notice of intent and started collecting scoping comments. There was 12 scoping meetings and about 14,000 comments. Of those 14,000 comments, approximately 300 were done in the meetings themselves, and the rest were submitted online during that time. And there's a final scoping report that was done as a result, summarize the comments. These comments will be incorporated in our analysis. This right here, this internet address here, is where our NEPA stuff is. So I encourage people to go if they want to stay updated on the NEPA information. In 2013 then, we just published the NOI. Sorry, this is a little bit old slide. And we're asking for comments on draft chapters 1 and 2. Again, we'll analyze those comments. Once we incorporate the comments, there'll be a final EIS. Again, that will be put out. Notice of availability will happen from the draft EIS. And then we'll do a record of decision is what it's called. And then a final rule. And the record of decision says what the decision maker has done with the EIS. Now we get into mitigation of impacts. We know as these changes happen out there that there's impacts to cattle. Certainly we recognize that wolves and cattle, where they coexist, there's impacts, there's things to manage. And so as we look at it right now, there's this Mexican Wolf Livestock Trust Fund, which we established about 2 years ago in terms of getting it. It's a coexistence council. It's composed of local ranchers in the Blue Range Wolf Recovery area right now, and some environmental groups sitting down at the table, and county coalitions as well. They've established some short-term depredation compensation guidelines, and that's designed right now to pay for confirmed or probable depredations. Wildlife Services does the confirmation and produces the form, sends it in to the rancher, says, here's your confirmation on this depredation. The rancher then can choose to send it back in, and there's a set price for cattle that's established by the board, these guys. Generally, it's a pretty fair price, but if there's a disagreement or there's some kind of certified pure Angus, black Angus, red Angus herd, then the prices are more, and that can be negotiated with the individual basis. But really the exciting part about this is they're working on a coexistence plan. And this plan takes it away from necessarily compensation directly on per cattle basis, and it changes it more to a formula where people out there on the landscape that have wolves on them get a certain amount of money. It's based on a formula. It's probably too complex for this talk, but I'm happy to discuss it with folks after this talk. And so, but just generally, it's based on the presence of wolves, the number of livestock that are exposed to those wolves, and whether or not pups are born from that pack, survive from that pack. And then that formula was developed by all these ranchers and environmentalists and agreed upon. And right now we're finalizing the plan and then continuing to seek funding from private donors on that plan. And so all the ranchers that interact with wolf would get a certain number of points assigned to them that they put in for this program based on these cattle and wolf presence. And then the points are totaled over all the ranchers. And then the percentage of points for an individual rancher is the percentage of funding that it'll get that's available from the program. So there is a plan, there is a formula out there, and it should be getting rolled out soon. We just got, I believe, 70,000 in New Mexico and 60,000 in Arizona from the tester funds from the federal government. And so that was just there was 2 grants that just received funding for that for both of those states, and they're tied in with this process as well. So the goal then of the coexistence plan is healthy western landscapes and communities overall, and it's kind of a 3-legged stool. As part of that, you have wolf populations and viable livestock operations, and we believe you need both of those things to get to healthy western landscapes and communities. So it's not independent. But it does, we're seeking funding, and it requires a little bit. So the other impact of Mexican wolves out there is obviously predation on native ungulates. What we've seen so far in the Blue Range is that they primarily predated upon elk. And this is a little bit old information from 2010, but less so on mule deer, white-tailed deer. And that's also representative of what's out there in the Blue Range. That's primarily an elk-driven society. When you break down the predation, here in red is what the wolf kills are in terms of age class. In blue was what was available. And what we've seen is this pattern of selection for calf elk and somewhat a selection against cow elk or bull elk in this case. However, when you look at unit 1 and 27 in Arizona, this is the area where the wolves are currently, and you look at the calves per 100 cows, it's been a pretty straight line, and I'm sure John Cooley can speak to this more, but we haven't seen a pattern of reduction from the wolves being there. The same thing in unit 27. And with that, I'll end and get to any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
John, thank you very much. I thought maybe what we might do is field questions after we've had John Cooley's presentation and possibly Pascal's, and then we can have all of you folks up here and we can address those questions to the audience. Does that sound good to you?
Certainly, certainly. Thank you, Chairman Watts.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Pascal Berlot of Greenlee County Manager has a few comments to make and some observations. Pascal has been with Greenlee County now for quite some time and doing a great job down there, and he will describe some of the events and kind of the timeline of the wolf exposure to that area. Good morning, Pascal. Thank you for coming.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Pascal Berliou. I am actually the executive director for the Eastern Arizona Counties organization, which indeed includes Greenlee County, but it also includes Apache County, Navajo County, Graham County, and Gila County. So these are the 5 easternmost counties in the state. And actually, we have had quite an experience working with federal agency partners in the issue of forest restorations and the issue of endangered species, because essentially most of the forested habitat and most of the ponderosa pine forest subject to catastrophic wildfires is indeed located within the 5 eastern Arizona counties. So I would like to comment today on the fact that when we are looking at the WOLF program, we are actually looking at 2 very specific issues. The first issue is an issue of principle. We, local government, are essentially facing a monopoly of decision-making by the federal agencies. This is how the reality works when it comes to forest restoration, when it comes to endangered species management. This is the long term, this is the critical issue which is at stake here. We can talk a lot about the technical side of management, but the bottom line is that people went to war to form this country on the concept of taxation without representation. I would submit to the board that right now we are facing a situation of experimentation without representation. And that issue cannot be obliterated or hidden by the technical discussion. And I believe that actually I'm going to leave that field to Supervisor Barry Weller from Apache County and Supervisor Sylvia Allen from Navajo County to discuss in more detail. But here again, I cannot emphasize enough that this country has become a beacon of individual liberty, individual rights, property rights. This actually is the reason why I'm here today. I decided to leave socialist France 30 years ago and come to America precisely because of these values. So I would urge the board to keep that in mind as they move forward, because that is the core issue. The second issue is a state of practical issue. And with all due respect to our partners from Fish and Wildlife Services, we believe that there is a fundamental structural weakness in the 10J proposal which is put before us. Whether the wolf should be here or should not is the issue of principle. But the wolf is here. And that's the issue of practical issues that we want to address here. The core issue that we see right now is very simple. In the proposed revision of the 10J denomination, there is essentially 2 types of areas which are designated. One area is a Blue Ranch wolf recovery area, which is quote-unquote the core area. The second area is essentially this huge Mexican wolf population experimental area, which include in various proposals, most of the states south of I-40, or maybe not, some at the bottom, and also most of New Mexico. We believe that this scheme does not reflect the reality of the biophysical and biomass availability. What I mean by that is that the reality of habitat is not reflected in the current Fish and Wildlife Service proposal. When it comes to Mohave County very specifically, the reality is that except for a tiny portion on the eastern side, there is no adequate Mexican wolf habitat in Mohave County. The prey base, which is essentially numerous large ungulate, is simply not here. So when we look at that, we see a structural weakness in the practical side of things, in addition to this huge principal weakness that we discussed earlier. Yet, the 10J tools can be useful because having the 10J management tools certainly beats having nothing and barely being purely in an endangered species area. If anything being considered, having the 10J ability to manage the population, including removing the wolf, is certainly better for Mohave counties than not having that possibility at all. So what we look at is that for the wolf program to be viable, for it to be sustainable, it looks to us that we do not need 2 10J designations, but we need 4 10J type of area. And these 10 areas, these 4 areas for me, would be the 2 that already exist. We would have a core area in which indeed some release are still being conducted, although there are many questions to answer on these, and I'm going to leave that aside because it would be too long area. The core area is one area, okay, fine. What we would call the natural dispersion area would be essentially the 10J area in which wolves, which are released in the core, are allowed to colonize and to exist. This would be essentially the equivalent in principle of what is currently called the secondary area. But we would suggest that 2 more area designations are needed. First, the reality is that 85% of Mexican wolf territory is not in the United States. It is in Mexico, which essentially means that the effort of reintroduction in the US, as they are properly designed and designated, only, quote, contribute, end quote, to the restoration and the recovery of the population. The real challenge, the real recovery of the Mexican wolf is not an American issue. It is a Mexican issue. And certainly, if there is to be contribution by an experimental population in the US, there is a need to have controlled connectivity between that tiny little American population and that 85% of the territories and of the habitat which is in New Mexico. So we would argue for the fact that in addition to the core area, in addition to the natural dispersion area, we need a connectivity corridor designation, essentially along the Sky Island, to allow the American population to actually contribute to the Mexican population. And we would need a specific set of regulations. In the core area, the rules are you can reintroduce, you can translocate, fine. In the dispersion area, the rule would be you cannot introduce, you can probably translocate if it is not a disguised reintroduction, and the animals can essentially be allowed to reside and colonize. In connectivity corridors, we would allow the animals to actually transit, but we would not allow the animals to colonize and reside permanently because essentially these are not prime habitat. The fourth 10J designation that we believe is necessary is a very straightforward removal designation. This is a 10J area where 10J means what actually it is meant to mean, which is we have tools to manage population. The eastern side of the range on the New Mexico border side is definitely not prime habitat. The western side of the range, Mohave County, La Paz, definitely not prime wolf habitat, but some wolf could occasionally happen and transit. And we still need the 10J rule in Mohave County, in La Paz County, so that we have the ability to essentially remove these animals back to what would be their regular, natural dispersion area. So we submit to the board that we probably want a very specific buffer area, a management area that would include Mohave County, for example, where 10J is fully enacted, but under a very specific set of management rules, which essentially consists of removing the wolves back to where they belong. So essentially, how do we achieve that? It looks like we have two tracks to follow. First, we cannot give up on the issue of monopoly of decision-making. Local government has a constitutional right to have a voice in public land management decisions, and we need to reflex this muscle and reassess these rights. In parallel to that, there is an interesting line of thoughts here about the development of a counties / state agencies NEPA alternative, which could be articulated around 4 10J designation, so that based on the reality of the habitat, the wolf can actually can be managed. And when there is no wolf habitat, we benefit from the 10J rules to actually remove the animals and relocate them where there is an habitat. Alternatively, we might think about the wisdom of suspending the current 10J revision until we actually have a recovery plan, which right now we do not have. The recovery plan was put in revision in 2010. The scientific team has recently been disbanded to reallocate resources to the 10J EIS. We're in the process of going full tilt on an EIS to contribute to the reintroduction of the wolf without having specific objectives to meet. That creates an interesting situation. So I want to thank you, the board, for allowing this testimony, and be more than happy to take any question when other presentations are done.
Pascal, thank you very much for your presentation and coming up with those different thoughts. And it certainly does bring to light other opportunities for control and input. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman.
And next we have a presentation from John Cooley. John is from the Arizona Game and Fish Department and the special coordinator with the department manager. And I met John over in Albuquerque on the kickoff, and John is very well versed in this entire issue. And John, thank you for coming this morning.
Well, thank you for the invitation, Chairman and members of the board. As I just wanted to touch on quickly the department's role in all of this and where our interests and focus lie going forward on this complicated wolf issue. As John Oakleaf had noted in his presentation, the department, pardon me, I'm fighting a head cold here, so you'll have to bear with me. The department's been involved in this wolf reintroduction project in Arizona since its inception in 1998, when the initial release of wolves occurred at the Blue Range on the Apache Forest in Arizona. Any engagement that we direct as a department is regulated by our commission. It's a 5-member board. Currently, it's 4 members because of a unique situation, but typically they're appointed commissioners through the governor's office, and they provide general policy oversight and approve plans and establish regulations and rules for the agency. And in the case of the Mexican Wolf Project, of course, we receive broad guidance from them on, first, whether or not we're involved, and second, to what extent and how, what our interests are in that project. So in the case of endangered species in general, our commission generally supports the department's engagement on those issues because they feel it is consistent with our department's mission, which is to conserve Arizona's diverse wildlife resources and manage for safe, compatible outdoor recreation opportunities for current and future generations. Another reason for engagement is we feel there are some state interests at stake, some authorities as it relates to the state's role in managing wildlife resources, which include endangered species. Certainly in the case of the Endangered Species Act, there is a federal, the Fish and Wildlife Service is the federal agency responsible for executing those programs related to the listing of species and the Endangered Species Act in general. But the state, the Game and Fish Commission certainly, and the department in general still feels there's significant state resources and interest at stake that through the department we try to advocate for those and try to influence the decision-making that occurs at a federal level. I like Pascal's reference to monopoly of decision-making. I would just put it that we feel like being at the table that we're trying to avoid that monopoly from maturing. So when we do endangered species work in Arizona, I think sometimes there's some confusion and uncomfortable feelings about the department using hunter permit license funds to do that kind of work, and we do not do that. Typically, all of our endangered species work is funded through federal programs. In the case of wolf, Section 6 under the Endangered Species Act provides federal funding to execute projects like the Wolf Project, which is what we use exclusively to support our interagency field team in Alpine, my position and other positions that are involved in the Wolf Project. So, we are not a general funded state agency. All of our revenues are generated through permits, licenses, and things like that. In the case of endangered species work, we also do get some federal funding to support those efforts. And I wanted to try to make that clear because I think there's sometimes some confusion on that. So getting into wolf and where we are today, I can tell you that the commission is very engaged in this, as you might expect. It's significant to the state. It's significant to us as a department in terms of where this proposed rule could potentially go. We, as you mentioned, Chairman Watson, we're at the Albuquerque meeting. Our commission in the September 5th commission meeting in Sholo will be presenting a second read on our engagement as a cooperator in that MOU to engage in the DEIS, the Draft Environmental Impact Statement process. We feel that's our opportunity, again, to be at the table to try to influence decision-making going forward as it relates to Arizona and the Wolf Project and its ultimate scope and scale. And then outside of that, as Pascal had noted, there's clearly a lot of thought that has gone into some other alternatives that may work better than those that have been packaged currently in the chapters 1 and 2 that John Oakleaf referred to of the Draft Environmental Impact Statement. We, as the department, view that as a very good thing. To have a kind of a grassroots effort of looking at the issue, constructing it in a way potentially that we would feel may work better for constituents here in the state. Our concerns, generally speaking, are wolf impacts certainly on game populations. You know, John had put up the habitat map, and Pascal had accurately noted that there could potentially be habitat, but the final analysis relies on the prey base that's in that habitat and how sustainable that is. And that, again, is an area that we're very interested in analyzing and doing a very thorough job on that. Another key area for us as an agency is sustaining multiple uses, especially of public lands, on a sustainable level in Arizona. That includes ranching, livestock production, recreation, and the list, of course, goes on, but our commission will make sure that any proposal that we advocate for or oppose has those considerations in mind as well. So with that, we plan on submitting our comments as an agency as a part of the proposed rulemaking process. And as I mentioned earlier, I expect that the commission is likely to approve us engaging with the other affected entities in the development of this drafted environmental impact statement, just because of the significance that it holds for Arizona into the future. So that's really the things I just wanted to try to highlight today, unless there's any questions.
Questions from our board for Mr. Cooley? Yeah, I will in just a minute. Thank you very much, John. I'd like to go ahead and we'll have the other presentations from the other counties, and then after that, we'll have an opportunity for a pretty broad-scale question and answer. And also, I certainly want to hear the call to the public folks who would like to speak, and also everyone that has signed up for a specific question. But I'd like to go ahead and get all the presentations, and then we could probably have a better understanding and broader scope by having all the presentations before you make the question and answer period. So Barry Weller and Dave Shamley from Apache County. Doyle Shamley. There's Doyle.
Good morning.
Supervisor Weller, thank you for coming to Mohave County. It's quite a distance.
Well, I appreciate the time to be here, and I want to start off by saying that I appreciate your county. I was down in Mesa, Arizona last week, and is Supervisor Johnson still on the phone?
I'm listening to you, Barry.
I want to say that your county should be quite proud of you in the presentation you made associated with the overreach of the federal government into our lives. And Buster Johnson spoke exceptionally well, and I really appreciate his presentation and his presence down there. I also want to say that I appreciate Supervisor Angius and Brotherton traveling to Apache County. It's the same distance that way as it is this way, and I appreciate you all coming over to listen to some of the issues that we had with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I appreciate the entire board for your unanimous choice to pass a resolution associated with the wolf in your area. I feel like I'm in friendly territory. Sometimes there's discussions about friendly territory and unfriendly territory. I'm mainly going to take the time to introduce Doyle Shamley as the Natural Resources Coordinator for our county, who will show you much more data and specifics on several issues. After I take a couple minutes to talk about, well, what I should say is I really appreciate the presentation by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The biologist does an excellent job of doing that. Pascal, who I think has a degree in forestry, does an excellent job of discussing these issues. And John from the U.S. the Arizona Game and Fish. Now you're going to hear from an elected official who has a little bit different perspective on some of these issues associated with how the impact of this decision by the Endangered Species Act and the 10J rule impact the citizens of our county. It's a bit of an emotional issue for me, so I will pray I get through this one without too many tears. But I was elected last year, and I started January 1st. On January 7th, a newspaper article hit our paper that M1133, which is a male adult wolf, was being released. Oh, by the way, they say they only release them in Greenlee County. If you look at the map, and I don't have it up on the wall right now, Apache County is the area just north of Greenlee County, and Catron County, New Mexico is the area just to the east of Greenlee County. The wolf release area, the closest populations and the most ranching that takes place is in Apache County and Catron County, which are the neighboring counties. So although the releases are done in Greenlee County, the wolves just have not learned where the county lines are or where these boundaries are that they're supposed to stay within. The depredations, the bulk of them take place in Catron County and Apache County. The losses to the cattle ranchers. And I'm going to digress 1,000 times, I'm sure, because this is a massive issue, but I find it interesting that they talk about the prey that they're targeting these wolves to be close to, being the elk and the deer and so forth, and that's what they monitor. But they also they seem to develop their own taste for what they would like to eat, and sometimes cattle is what they just choose to eat. And so whenever there is cattle, I consider that a prey for the predators in those areas too. And I'm really going to digress because they talked about the habitat associated with the wolves. In a minute, I'm going to talk to you about the wolves that have been killing cattle north of Route 61, which is habitat that looks just like the 60 miles east of this town. That is the similar elevation, similar terrain, similar vegetation, and has a few cattle in it, as I noticed as I was coming across. So they can claim what the habitat is, but the reality and the practicality is what we elected officials have to start thinking about as we consider the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens, who are the ones that complain to me, because they don't seem to be getting a sufficient listening to at the federal level and sometimes at the state level. Although I respect them greatly, and I think their focus is very well intended with the Endangered Species Act and what's going on. The intent of me and my position is to consider the health, safety, and general welfare of our population, who is being impacted greatly. Last month, the July report, there's a report put out, you might want to ask for it from the Fish and Wildlife, it's called the Interagency Field Team, which keeps track of, they do telemetry on where the wolves are. They kind of give you a map, and you can check online where the wolves and the packs are, and they give a report each month on depredations, problems, wolves they had to pick up or wolves they had to relocate, and things like that. Of course, after they advertised 7 days after I came in office that a wolf was going to be introduced into my area, I decided I better start looking into it. I'd heard, I'm just a city boy. I didn't know wolves were a problem until I got up to where I live now, and they started introducing them into my area, and they started killing the cattle in the ranchers area that I serve. We started having public hearings up in the Alpine area, which is the closest high population area to the wolf introductory area. We started bringing in specialists, geneticists, et cetera, to discuss the issues associated with the wolves and whether these are true species or not, and disease specialists as to whether there are disease issues and so forth. The overwhelming input in my county is that the wolves are a major problem, and we need to find a way to protect the citizens of our county in some way. I do not take a position against the wolves. I take a position that the citizens of the United States have a right to stand up for their private property rights and to protect their families, their pets, and their livelihoods. I'm going to digress again. You noticed in one of Mr. Oakleaf's presentations, he talked about, well, when there's more than 100 wolves in the area, then we're going to on public lands, we're going to let them take the wolves. I'd like you to think about that in a city atmosphere. If somebody was raped in your house, you couldn't do anything about it until there were 100 rapists in your area. It makes no sense to me. We have the right to deal with the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens, our families, and their livelihood. To that end, as you know, on the board, we passed resolution and followed with an ordinance to start dealing with some of those issues in our county. Mr. Pascal Berlou mentioned the issue associated with the monopoly of decision-making that's going on with the federal government. That's a polite way of saying we have no say in what's going on. They do what they want, and they don't really, there was not a great deal of discussion from the people before me about the health, safety, and welfare of the people in the county, or people in the area where these depredations are taking place. Last month's report was 5 cattle killed in my county, confirmed by wolves. I don't know how many elk they ate that might have affected the hunting industry that's coming up and the season that's coming up, but several different ranchers were impacted significantly. The ranchers I'm talking to said they used to get maybe $850 for a cow that was proven to be killed. If you couldn't prove it, if it was missing, if the calf was gone, you couldn't prove it, you couldn't get any compensation. That payment, that cattleman said, is down to $350 when he can prove it. So the value's been going down, even though Mr. Oakleaf was talking about this new organization getting together and looking for more funding. That little bit of funding, I believe, is about a 10% part of the $750,000 that went into the Endangered Species Act just recently to promote and to market this process. I would like the 90% to go to protect the citizens and the 10% to go towards furthering the program, which is not proven, in my opinion, to be beneficial to the citizens that are impacted by it. I'll briefly say a couple more things. I've jumped around and lost track of where I am, but the agency, which is U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the endangered species portion of that agency, and other federal agencies like to talk about cooperating agency status, meeting the NEPA standards, public input, collaboration, working with the public. They even put the words health, safety, and welfare in some of their documentation. Pretending, in my opinion, that that's going to be taken care of in some way as we go forward. I believe your board has in their hands a draft copy of 2 letters that some eastern counties have put together associated with these recent EIS and 10J rule actions that are coming forth. I think if you read that closely, well, maybe not even so closely, what you will see in there is that cooperating agency did help them not one bit. They were totally ignored. They were not consulted. They were not discussed. The information was not shared with them. They have not had the meetings. This is the behavior in the past. I think we have to look at the past behavior of the agencies to predict what might be coming forward and whether we should be trusting that there's all kinds of paradigm shifts and methods of operation that are going to modify and be changed. At this time, because I know I'm rambling, you know my concern and my focus is about the health, safety, and welfare. I'm going to introduce Doyle Shamley. He's our County Natural Resources Coordinator, and certainly our data backup, and I'm going to let him do some presentation for you.
Thank you, Supervisor Weller.
Let me see here. The gentleman that had my stick drive in the booth back there, where's he at?
We have some assistance from IT, please.
Just show me how to go through my folder. Yeah, that's cool, that's fine. Then I can just open each one. How do I go back? How do I go back to this window?
Just hit escape.
Okay. Yeah, okay, cool, man. All right, Chairman and Commissioners, Supervisors today, my name is Doyle Shamley. I'm with Apache County, and I wanted to go over some of the other issues that are outstanding besides the health, safety, and welfare. Some of the history behind the predatory animal, in this case, the wolf, and some of the issues that will be covered more in depth when Supervisor Sylvia Allen gets up, some of the economic drivers. But let's talk about some of the social impacts. Well, first off, as we know, the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution is what gave the states their police power of the state, as it was called. And the county is to uphold that, the health, safety, and welfare, for all those issues. And as Supervisor Weller and Pascal have spoken about already, that oftentimes has, by the federal agencies, the counties have been put on the back burner. And that's very common. All you have to do is look at much of the recent actions. In fact, it was the 13th of August, the critical habitat designation in your county that was in the Federal Register for 10,000 plus acres. And you look at the documentation, which I already did, and compare the outside non-governmental organizations, typically the litigants that drove this land grab, versus the amount of input you as a county had. Compare the two, and they're not comparable whatsoever. Again, that was just the 13th of August here in this county. But I want to talk about some of these issues that come up on the social side. Health, safety, and welfare is that ultimate role of the county, but what happens on the ground? When we talk to two ranchers in our area, for instance, they can show cumulative impacts just between two ranching operations of $140,000 that have never been, through any deprivation funds whatsoever, have ever been reimbursed. In fact, one gentleman got a reimbursement payment for only 10% of his feed cost that was due to wolves and where he had to move his cattle. He only got a 10% reimbursement, and then he was sent a tax form by the agency to claim it as income. That's the realities of this program. And now they want to form another team to go out and try to get more. In fact, local ranchers have been asked to go plead to the legislature, as has the Arizona cattle growers, to go plead to the legislature to sponsor legislation to find taxpayer dollars to fund deprivation payments. So a program that's already broken has no need to expand. Let me show you some of the more photographic representations of this program and what it often gets you here. I want to show now, obviously, Mr. Oakleaf is a preeminent biologist, and oftentimes, though, what you don't see is the impacts to the families that predatory animals and the lack of management, which is common with federal programs. This is a family pet and a prized dog that, despite all the efforts to save it, still had to be put down. Here are some of the wolf-human interactions, and oftentimes these are not documented. For instance, with Wolf 1133 that Supervisor Weller mentioned, 19 different residences called in to the local team about that wolf being sighted, or a wolf. It wasn't known if it was that one yet, over a 4-day period before it was captured in a backyard in Reserve, New Mexico. Yet our county and our neighboring county, Catron, was never given any updates on its travel, nor were any of those families ever placated with any follow-up whatsoever at the IFT level on their reports that they called in of that wolf moving into more populated areas. Now we're told that these wolves don't go around a lot of these populated areas, but there's signs all the time. This picture is more sign right here. Here is a local picture. The lady had a crying baby that she had parked her vehicle here on the road and had gotten out to the passenger's back seat to take care of the crying child in the baby seat. And then when she got back in, here is that wolf apparently attracted by that child's crying. When you get to, here is one thing that Catron County had to do This is a bus stop for children that they had to build cages. They've recently had to install 2 more to protect the children from the predatory animals floating around the area. There's something wrong in our republic when you have to cage your children and protect them from something the federal government is using your money to introduce. And I hope everybody thinks about that. Here are pictures when we're told that we're going to get quick and timely follow-up. As a county, Supervisor Weller can tell you that, once again, those reports went unheard as they were called into the wolf moving through different populated areas. And despite the teams, in this case, the wolf he mentioned, the predator there, 1133, here's the team carrying that out after they had just started it in a backyard in Reserve, New Mexico. These officials were not told accurately where the wolf was throughout this time, nor had they been given any tip-off whatsoever in Catron or us, Apache County, that 19 reports had been called in. And this is all the while, as you can see here, the team bringing in the muzzled wolf back to the truck. Now, they had tried to stymie the ability of Catron County to take these pictures. As you can see, it didn't work. But here is that wolf after they darted it in that yard, which is still not covered very much in any sort of media whatsoever. So there is some of the more picturesque realities of some of these programs. One other thing to think about, and I think it's a key driver, besides just the issue of the predatory animals, the wolf in this case, I want the county to please understand the fact that there has been a large inundation. When we talk about this, who is driving the seat of health, safety, and welfare? While it's to be the counties in the state, it's typically the Fed and their overreaching power grab that drives this paradigm. And to give you an idea, I'm going to show you a few other documents right here. And if he'll switch me back, whatever he does up in the fancy booth there. Okay, here's a current one. And if you look at the acreage totals here, this is on the narrow-headed garter snake. And this is in our state of, you can see state, tribal, including private land, 38,253 acres. This is just one narrow-headed garter snake, one species. But as you go through the Federal Register day in and day out, you find one encroachment after the other, coming from the agencies onto private property, onto the ability of a county or an individual to protect their private property, which cattle are that rancher's private property in their case. This is just one species, keep that in mind. And I want to show you of that 200,000 acres plus. Here is the jaguar that just closed down commentary recently, a week or two back. Here we have a total unit mass of 858,000 acres, 129,000 of it on private. Please keep in mind when this question has to come up, it has to be seriously discussed. Who is going to start driving the vehicle of health, safety, and welfare? Because I've only shown you 2, but it goes on and on. There's a cactus with tens of thousands of acres, your recent flower for 10,000 plus acres. These land and water grabs and property rights grabs are continuous and are not going to stop until the counties together develop a plan that we can be agreeable to protect the health, safety, and welfare, and the agencies who work for us and the American people, then they can implement it once we write it. That's all today, unless you have any other questions. Oh, one more follow-up, though. Recently on this one, here's a picture from up in Teton. Last week, 176 sheep killed, only one was eaten by the wolf, and the Forest Service, in conjunction with other agencies, did put up warning posters that went along with this picture. But this is the type of devastation that's going on in other parts of the country due to lack of management by federal supposed land management agencies. 176 sheep with one eaten.
Thank you, Doyle. I just want to, go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Weller. I just wanted to point out to Doyle at a meeting on Saturday with the Mohave County Livestock Association, I pointed out to those folks 24 plants, animals, and fish that will, whoever is in the business, will be affected by one or two or several of those species in the near future. We're facing a very serious problem, and we're looking at combining all the possible effects that we're having on economically and health, safety, and welfare. So the gray wolf is extremely important, but we've got 24 other ones we had better watch closely.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. In fact, there's a listing here. I just got this for you folks, and of course I could give it to you, and it may be exactly what you're holding. I couldn't tell with the distance. But here are the proposed listings just for your county. And keep in mind, though, that's just your county. And when you look at the NAU's School of Management and Economics, I have both those reports done by multiple PhDs on the economics of outdoor recreation, the economics of hunting and fishing, and the non-consumptive uses. They break down your county's economic drivers that are visitors from other counties, and vice versa, how much your county gives to our county, for instance, by your people traveling to enjoy different areas. So I like the fact that you're going to start looking at or are already looking at the cumulative impacts, because this list, this is right here as of this morning, is not all inclusive. It may be what's listed within the exterior boundaries of your county, but when we get attacked with a totally fraudulent listing like the Chiricahua leopard frog or Three Forks spring snail that puts our ranchers out of business, their workers have less money to travel over here to spend money. And that's how it's interacting throughout the state.
Thank you again, members of the board, for letting us come and do a short presentation. This subject is vast and widespread. The point I wanted to bring up, and I want for your consideration, as you talk about, and as Mr. Shamley has mentioned, I think we need to work together. The plans that were put forth here were not plans put forth by any local people. All the plans that were in front of you from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife were done in desks somewhere else. I'm sure they got input from some of the field people. But the people out there look at lines on a map and assume that's where the wolves stop, or that's where this will happen, or that's where that will happen. That's not the practical aspects of what's really going on. I offer us to travel as much as possible to meet with you and other counties that are ready to start standing up for the health, safety, and welfare, and bringing the state on board so that we can defend what's going on here and protect the citizens and the private property rights of our citizens. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And thank you again for making that long trip. Supervisor Sylvia Allen. Supervisor, thank you so much for making that trip today. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure to come, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members, for this invitation. I am Sylvia Allen, Navajo County Supervisor, District 3, and I want to talk this morning a little bit about the Endangered Species Act and some of the economic impacts that we've had to endure. I go back to reading, this summer I was reading some of my family's history. And my great-grandfather is one of the early settlers of Alpine, Arizona. And my father was born there. And in these histories, it tells a story about my grandfather. He was the oldest of 13 children. And he found himself on the ranch when he was about 12 with his mother, who was in labor with her 8th baby, and his father was away from home. And during that time his father was away from home, they kept being bothered by this large wolf, and the way he described it, it was like a miniature pony, but I'm sure maybe it's because he was young, that kept coming up on their porch in the evening and hanging around their place, but and he tried to protect the calves and put them in the barn and in the corrals, and this wolf kept eating one every night. Long story short, he had to find some uncles to help him handle that. But that sticks in my mind that we have had these problems versus these predators and versus people who are trying to survive. Those animals were a matter of life and death for that family because they had to grow everything that they ate. In 1995, along with 33 other members of People for the West, we took a 200-foot scroll with over 6,000 names to Washington, D.C., asking Congress to reform the Endangered Species Act. And before that time, for probably 2 years, we also gathered 1 million signatures on petitions, which we also delivered to Washington, D.C., asking that the Endangered Species Act be reformed. And we were in the battle of the timber wars and the listing of the Mexican spotted owl. This was very personal to me because my family had sawmills. My husband worked for my brother, I worked for him. They had sawmills in Williams and Pace and Williams and Winslow and Eager and Heber. They were very important to those small rural communities, and they fought desperately to keep their businesses going during this time when lawsuit after lawsuit shut down their business. Do you know that the Clinton's office, President Clinton's office, economic advisor, reported that in 1997, the northern spotted owl had cost the American taxpayers over $46 billion. If you wonder why we've struggled so much economically these last decades, as well as the national debt that we have, it's because America no longer produces. And every year we spend $1.8 trillion in regulations that hamper our ability to produce and function. Karen Bud Fallon is the lawyer for the Arizona New Mexico counties. And our county is a member of that. The Eastern Arizona counties are a member of that coalition. In the summer of 2011, she was livid, and she wrote a report. And this is where this expansion of the wolf has come from, along with all the endangered species listed that you're seeing cropping up constantly now. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced an historical agreement which will require the American taxpayers to pay $206,098,920 to just process the paperwork deciding whether to include over 1,000 plants, bugs, worms, and other assorted creatures on the endangered species list. 2 environmental organizations behind closed doors worked this agreement with the agency that they would, because they were in threat of being sued over all these species that had been filed with the agency. And so they agreed, and they agreed to do it in a timely manner to go forward and start with at least 250 species and list them. That is why we're having, right now, one of the letters that I know you have where we're asking for extensions, that's why we're not going to get those extensions probably unless we put a lot of pressure on them, because in a timely matter, they're under the clock. They're under this agreement, which we don't have a copy of. We don't know what was really said or made and how much money they made off of that agreement, because their lawyers were given the money for that, to settle that. But we do know that just for the paperwork, it's going to cost the American taxpayers $206 million. Now, this isn't the conservation programs on the ground. This is to administer it. So, but I also want to tell you, the other 10 prominent environmental organizations who were not involved in that agreement can still sue. They can still get involved in whatever happens on the ground. And this is why I go back to my trip in 1995, where 30 other members, we went to Washington, D.C. with this 200-foot scroll that had a statement of concern on it. 6,000 people signed it. We asked Congress, you must reform the Endangered Species Act. Part of that is we must demand peer review. We must demand that we see their data. Do you realize they do not share their data with us? We cannot ask them to see where do they get all this information and scientific proof for X, Y, and Z, for why you are coming out with your decisions. We must have that reform, because how can you, just like if you're in a legal case and you're being accused of a crime, if you can't see what the other side has against you, you cannot defend yourself. Another thing is, many of these reports and scientific findings are done in a laboratory or a university somewhere, not even out on the ground. And there's no way for us to check that what they're doing is right. We must have economic consideration must be part of that, and we must have protections for individual rights and properties written into this national law. These are the things that are important about changing the Endangered Species Act. Now, as counties, we need to join. There's 15 counties in Arizona, and I think if we can all get on the same page, because it's not just about the wolf, it's about the snake and the jaguar and all these things that are coming at us. If 15 counties with the state can get united, I think we do everything we can. We ask for reform of Endangered Species Acts. We ask for reform of the Equal Access to Justice Law, which is how the environmentalists make all their money. We do the MOUs. We do, like the plan that Pascal talks about, we come up with strategies, we come up with comments, we do everything we can. And then I want to read you, because this is what has strengthened my determination to realize that we do, by the law, have certain powers and obligations that the federal government does not have. And I want to read to you some of the comments that Supreme Court Justice Roberts gave in his very badly ruled Affordable Care Act decision in 2012. However, he lectures the states with some very important information that we should take to heart and research even more thoroughly to understand jurisdiction and the powers that we hold as elected representatives of the people, and as elected representatives who took an oath to uphold the laws of our land. Bureaucrats do not take that oath. He said, the federal government has expanded dramatically over the past 2 centuries. Amen, that's the truth. But it still must show that a constitutional grant of power authorizes each of its actions. That's the problem. We just think because it's a federal government that somehow everything they're doing is correct and right, and we have no choice. The same does not apply to the states, because the Constitution is not the source of their power. State governments do not need constitutional authorization to act. Our cases refer to this general power governing possessed by the states but not by the federal government as the police powers. The framers thus ensured that powers which in the ordinary course of affairs concern the lives, liberties, and properties of the people were held by governments more local and more accountable than the distant federal bureaucracy. The independent powers of the state also serve as a check on the power of the federal government. We're supposed to be checking them, and we rarely ever do. By denying any one government complete jurisdiction over all the concerns of public life, federalism protects the liberty of the individual from arbitrary power. In the typical case, we look to the states to defend their prerogatives by adopting the simple expedient of not yielding to federal banishments when they do not want to embrace the simple expedient of not yielding to federal banishments when they do not want to embrace the federal policies as their own. The states are separate and independent sovereigns. Sometimes they have to act like it. In this case, we have to act like it. And we have to recognize that we have separate responsibilities, and they're serious. We took an oath. And that we have to demand we can say, and this is fine, if this is your job, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, until we can get the Endangered Species Act reformed, if this is your job, know that this is our job, and recognize that we must do it also. And then cooperate as much as we can, coordinate every way that we can possibly work with the agency, let's do. But in the end, we have to stand firm for our citizens. And I want to end with some quotes by Frédéric Bastiat, which is also a Frenchman. And I love his book, The Law. And he loved American law. And he knew it better than most of us know our government. And he tried very hard to change socialist France as he sat in the parliament. He said, "It is not true that the function of law is to regulate our consciences, our ideas, our wills, our education, our opinions, our work, our trade, our talents, or our pleasures. The function of the law is to protect the free exercise of these rights and to prevent any person from interfering with the free exercise of these same rights by any other person, or might I say animal, because that is what's being used to take away our free exercise of our rights. In the economic sphere, an act, a habit, an institution, a law produces not only one effect, but a series of effects. It's a serious responsibility. When I was state senator, when I had to sit there and push that button, I prayed. I hoped that I made the right decision. I knew at the time what I thought was going to be the result of it. But only time can really tell if what you do and what kind of effects it has on our people. And he says, a law produces only one effect, but a series of effects. Of these effects, the first alone is immediate. It appears simultaneously with its cause. It is seen. The other effects emerge only subsequently. They are not seen. We are fortunate if we foresee them. The Endangered Species Act, going back to the timber wars, put my brother out of business. In the 90s, the timber industry brought $505 million to this state. $505 million in an economic impact to our state. 12,000 people directly employed. We have been struggling all this time to rebuild that. The eastern counties are very involved in forefry, struggling to rebuild it. The infrastructure's gone. We don't have the billions to replace it. So that is the foreseen consequence of the unforeseen consequence. And then the safest way to make laws respected is to make them respectable. When law and morality contradict each other, the citizen has the cruel alternative of either losing his moral sense or losing his respect for the law. Do you think those ranchers respect this law as they see their cattle eaten? They didn't even tell you the stories about the man that was bitten by one, the little girl that was chased. I mean, there's stories we could tell you, more stories. Do we respect the law when we see that we can't even defend our family without going through a lot of heartache to do that? And the last final quote, and this is the one that I keep in my heart all the time as I think about what I'm doing as an elected representative, official, for the people. Life cannot maintain itself alone. The Creator of life has entrusted us with the responsibility of preserving, developing, and perfecting it. He has provided us with a collection of marvelous faculties, and He has put us in the midst of a variety of natural resources. By the application of our faculties to these natural resources, we convert them into products and use them life, faculties, production. In other words, individuality, liberty, property. This is man. That's a beautiful definition of our inalienable right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. Our inalienable right to provide a living by using these natural resources to be able to do that. It is time that the counties really unite, that we develop a good, strong plan with many different facets and strategies attached, and push back and be sure that we can keep our economic engines running and growing, that we don't lose any more jobs, that we protect our citizens. And I again thank you for letting me come and speak my passion for this subject of how important it is that we find a way to put the Endangered Species Act where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. I think before we go on any further, we should take a little bit of a break. And when we come back, I would like to give you some information on how to present your public comments by written form, but also here today, we want your comments for the record. So let's take about a 10-minute break, and we'll get back and start over. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started again. I'd like to make a little bit of a change in our format. Because we have such a number of people in the audience today, we would like to make sure that everyone will have the opportunity to get on the record. And we can go by row, and simply all we want you to do is give your name, your address. If there's a business entity or ranch you would like to identify, that's great. What we want is your response, whether you're in favor of the Wolf program, whether you're in favor of changes, or if you're against the program. The reason the public hearings are put together is to make sure that we get the opinion and the thoughts of each and every one of those participating today. So we'll start this morning, and what we'd like is your comments on the record. Young lady in the front row with the flowered, pretty colored top, or the next person, that's fine. Please come to the podium, state your name and your address and whatever you'd like to say.
Good morning. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time to be in front of the supervisors.
Oh, please feel comfortable.
I'm in Supervisor Hildy Angus's district, District 5, Bullhead City. I live at 2426 Topanga Drive, and my name is Eva Corbett. Now, my husband actually wrote a letter to Hildy in favor of the wolves being introduced. But today, after hearing from the folks in the from the different counties, my opinion is my opinion, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
So it's sort of looking like, from what you said today, that us, taxpayers are the endangered species. So I think we should send all the Mexican wolves back to Mexico. Is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you very much, ma'am. I promised Representative Goodale if she would stay and give testimony that I would make sure she could do that, but she also needs to leave.
Thank you. My name is Doris Goodell. I reside at 4000 Red Hill Drive here in Kingman, and I do have the distinct honor and pleasure of being the state representative for District 5, which is all of Mohave County as well as all of La Paz. So yes, we have a large area to cover. Those were sure cute baby wolves that they showed up there. And the wolf is probably a great animal, but he does not belong in our area. Belongs native to Mexico, and that's where the gray wolf should go and should remain. My largest concern is that the continual overreach of the government upon our ranchers and upon our farmers and on our citizens. Gary, as you showed earlier, the list never gets shorter, it only gets larger. And once an animal gets on that endangered species list, such as the willow flycatcher, the tamarask trees, the owl, the snake, the tortoise, the whatever, they don't come off. We bear the burden of that forever. I believe the federal government has a good intent on trying to manage the wildland species. We all know as we go to over to the dam, we see 3 beautiful little bridges built at $11 million each to accommodate the sheep to cross over from one side of the road to the other. We have the hundreds of millions of dollars of turtle fences along our highway so turtles don't get squished in the roadway. It just never stops. And for our ranchers, for our farmers, for the people who have lived on the land for hundreds of years, for generations, multi-generations, to protect and to be good stewards of our land, it's just unconscionable that we continue to belabor and to burden them with more regulation. And it's just very unseemly that the history of our country has come now to where our ranchers are delegated to the same status as a willow flycatcher. and that is just simply wrong. Our ranchers, our farmers, our cities are what will make this nation strong, not the willow flycatcher, not the tortoise. We have to stand up against this infernal, continual overreach and layering of federal government over the rights of the property owners, of the rights of the cities and the towns and the state to uphold and protect their citizens and their country and their lands. We fought a lot during the fires up north trying to protect our lands so that we could save our forests. The state will, District 5, my representation, will stand firmly behind you, beside you, and with you on this fight. And I will gather support down at the House and the Senate to see that the state stands together with our counties and with our towns, our cities, our ranchers, and our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing on the front row, the lady right next to you, ma'am. Would you like to make a comment?
That's Hildy's.
Okay.
Run, it's Larry.
Larry? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Larry Adams, 2007 Highway 95, Bullhead City, Arizona. I was born and raised in Yavapai County, Arizona, and I've resided for the last 48 years in Bullhead City, Mohave County. I have specific comments today on the documents I've been able to review. I'll try to get through those as quickly as I can. First of all, I can't be sure that I have the latest and greatest that's available. I think I do, but I have no way of double checking that. I've reviewed the documents in my possession. I have not studied them. So I'm making some very general comments as some of the main problems I see with them. First of all, the documents I'm looking at are dated June 13th of this year. And as I understand it, the cutoff period for public comments about September 11th. And I maintain that this is an inadequate period of time for public comment by a long shot. We heard from Mr. Cooley from Game and Fish up here. They are just now getting their comments together to present to the commission for action on the 5th of September.
I believe it's been moved back a little bit further. Larry?
To where, sir, please?
The exact date hasn't been set yet, but around the end of October, 45 days.
Okay, I would suggest that that is still inadequate. I would think 90 days would be a very bare minimum. That's too short a time for the professionals, let alone the lay people, to effectively comment on a document of this extent. First of all, in 1976, the Mexican wolf was inappropriately listed as endangered in the U.S. To the best of my knowledge, the last Mexican wolf was shot on the Mexican border in 1960. I don't see how you can list a species endangered if it doesn't exist. I would hold that that listing in 1976 is invalid. I would encourage the counties to possibly look at a legal action challenging that in court. The only wolves that are in Arizona are experimental. They were agreed to be released here under an experimental status, and that shouldn't change. By nobody's estimation has this experiment been a resounding success. I think a legitimate argument can be made that it's been a total failure. Okay, now going to the draft MOU, specifically on page 4, section 4, paragraph A, subparagraph 3. Alternative should not be the sole responsibility, and I'll have to find that here. That paragraph says that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife has the sole responsibility of identifying the alternates, and more importantly, I think they will be the only one that designates the preferred alternate. I think the county should be on an equal footing in designating which alternates are to be studied and introduced, and have a final say, particularly as to what the preferred alternative is in the final analysis. The second comment on the draft MOU is located on page 5, section 4, paragraph B, Roman numeral 6. And it says, may meet with affected stakeholders and provide comments to the service at any point in the department of the EIS, provided that the internal draft documents are not disseminated. See document control. It's very hard to input a process if the only time you can input it's when a final document is presented. That is inappropriate. I understand there's some federal law that may be in the way, but we, the general public, need to see what's being proposed in draft form, not a final document. There are other concerns with this memorandum of understanding. Those are the highlights I was able to identify very quickly. The next document I'd like to read from is a Federal Registry titled Volume 78, number 114, page 35,721. 35,721. I'll find that in a minute. Took a little while to find it the first time. Particularly opposed to this provision, it says expanding the area for direct initial releases of captive raised Mexican wolves to include the entire Blue Ridge BRWRA, thereby eliminating the preliminary and secondary recovery zones. See Figure 2. Absolutely opposed to an expansion of that range. The next one is the same document, 35,722, Introduction on Private Lands, number 5. Says developing and implementing management actions on private land within the Mexican MWEPA by the service or an authorized agency to benefit Mexican wolf recovery. It says voluntary cooperation with private landowners. So if a hobby rancher in the middle of Chino Valley decides it'd be glamorous to have Mexican wolves, they could introduce them on that private land with his approval. It says nothing about his neighbors who have to live with them. That absolutely should not be permitted under any circumstances, because it's not just that landowner that has to live with the ramifications of that wolf. So specifically that provision in this document, as I outlined. The next one out of the same document, page 3524, items 15 and 16. I'm sorry, it'll take me a minute to find that. 14, I apologize, here it is, 15 and 16. Expanding the Blue Ridge wolf area to include the entire Sitgraves National Forest is totally inappropriate. Much of that area is densely populated, should not be expanded in that fashion. And then 16 is an expansion clear to Payson, Pleasant Valley, Tonto Basin Ranger districts, totally inappropriate. That's about the geographical center of Arizona and into the populated area. That is inappropriate. This animal was released in the best possible place we have to release it to ensure its success. Trying to expand into marginal habitat on an insufficient prey base is unfair to the animal and the people who have to live with it. But most particularly, it's unfair to the animal. Now, I hear something a little different than the documents I reviewed here. The service admits in these documents that it's not assessed a suitable habitat in the expanded range as it's been proposed, and that's evident because a lot of this range is not appropriate in any way, shape, or form. I take issue in this document. It claims that this animal was extirpated from the United States by overhunting. That may have been a contributing factor, but there were many other factors. The primary reason this animal was extirpated is because it's not very adaptable to man. Many other species have had much greater pressure placed on them, namely the coyote, the black bear, the mountain lion, and they weren't extirpated. It's been proven that this animal is not very adaptable. It doesn't coexist with man very well. And trying to force the issue does not do justice to the animal, and it certainly doesn't do justice to the people who are trying to live with it. It was not extirpated because it was overhunted. Many other factors. I don't believe the service has proven, or anybody else, that the Mexican wolf is a genetically pure subspecies, that that's what we're dealing with here. And I think they admit they don't know that for sure, and that's an important and key element in this equation. If this species can be recovered, it'll be recovered in the best possible place to assure the success of that recovery. The best possible place is the core historical range of the Mexican wolf, and that's in the state of Sonora and Chihuahua and the Sierra Madres in Mexico. Our efforts should be directed in that direction and wind down this failed experiment in the continental United States. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Carl Taylor, do you have a comment that you would like to make on the front row? Not at this time, thank you. Okay. No comment? Second row, starting from the left. Is this instead of the open to the call of the public? We will have a call of the public later on, but right now we would like to have your comments. Next.
Chairman Watson, Supervisors, I'm Steve Robinson, 3439 North Bowie Road in Golden Valley. I lived in Montana in the heart of the northern gray wolf introduction into the northern Rockies. So I can tell you many stories about the problems the ranchers have had up there. And I can tell you about in Klamath Basin, how they tried to declare this little suckerfish endangered and took away all the waters from the farmers and ranchers, which resulted in one rancher committing suicide days after the decision was made. But we've heard a lot of that from Supervisor Allen and Weller and from Mr. Shamley, which I thank them for the stories about what's happened with the problems with the Fish and Wildlife and with the Endangered Species Act. I want to read just one section of a very important document. It's the fifth self-evident truth listed in the Declaration of Independence that says, whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute a new government laying its foundation on such principles that shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. With the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, this next paragraph applies as far as the integrity of the federal government. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide for new guards for their future security. I believe that's where we're at now, where we have to stand up as people, as citizens of Mohave County with other counties and with other people across this country and say it is time that the federal government gets reined in. Because if we don't do something about it, soon they'll be telling us when we can drive our cars, when we can turn on our lights. Oh, wait a moment, they did that in the 70s and 80s. It's time for us to stand up, and this is a great place for Mohave County to make that stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Next speaker, please. Bernie Lawrence.
I'm Bernie Lawrence, live here in this town for over 50 years. I was sent here in in the late 50s with the specific orders to reduce the lion population that were killing livestock. My director at that time told me that that he was retiring, and in the foreseeable future, he predicted everything that's happened, that his agency would be eliminated or at least hobbled to where it would no longer be effective, and that I was to teach the people to do their own control because they would not have the help from the government any longer. And that's what I did. I worked on the lion population here and reduced it to where people could raise livestock in the same area. In recent years in Lower Trout Creek, I ran cattle and I did not kill the lions. I didn't need the money. I just did it for my own experiment. And in over a 10-year period, I lost from 40 to 60% of the calves to lions. We're talking about wolves now, who is a predator. In Mohave County, we can refer to the lion because we have them here. We have been known as having the largest population of anywhere at one time. The people here can relate to wolves by referring to the dogs that kill their livestock, anybody that's near a community. I went to one rancher's ranch that was losing cattle. They were being cut up and actually killed and eaten. And after I spent a little time there, I said, your dog is leading the pack. He's laying in your yard in the daytime, and at night he's out leading the pack, killing your stock. He said, that's impossible. I said, well, would you give me an okay to kill whatever dog's killing? He said, yes, and I brought him his dog and some others. People here know what dogs can do. Wolves are much more efficient. We do have wolves, and we've heard from the people that live with those wolves, and I'm happy that we have wolves back and that they have a chance to be here, but I would not recommend moving wolves in here. I killed 2 after they were extirpated. That means they were removed, killed off, whatever you want to call it, along with the grizzly, simply because they were too destructive. I don't hold it against lions. I don't hold it against coyotes or any other predator. I don't hold it against people. They're the biggest predator of all. But it's what it is, and if you want to live with them, okay, have them, but you're going to pay the price. It's a given. You've just heard testimony from people that live with them. It sounds pretty to people that are sitting in town that do not feed them or don't live with them, but to the people who have to live with them, you've heard testimony from the people that are living with them, and they're not happy with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie. I appreciate the comments we have from Bernie Lawrence. He's noted as one of the best hunters and trappers in the continental United States. And I was very fortunate as a young person to have experienced some of the hunts with him. And also he kept the mountain lions out in Class Canyon, an area in which many of the young folks in town could go visit and learn about the mountain lions and its effects. And Mr. Lawrence is quite an educator. Thanks again. Next person on that row.
My name is Travis Holyoke. I live here in Kingman, Arizona. I'm a
Your
neighbor.
address, please.
Oh, 2530 Longview here in Kingman. And I would not be looking forward to having the wolves running in the wild. I know of people that have them in confinement, and they seem like all right animals in the confinement, but not in the wild. I would not like to have that.
Thank you, Mr. Holyoke.
Thank you.
Next person.
Chairman Watson and Supervisors, I'm Rich Hogan. I live in Bullhead City. My address is 4031 Mercer Road, Bullhead City. First of all, I'd like to say, this is going to be short, but these coyotes are predators in my mind. And when I read this in the paper yesterday, I told my wife, I said, we've got to come to this meeting. I could not believe that they wanted to introduce these animals. I didn't even have an idea until Hildy told me that they have about 100 of them here in the state, and I didn't know that. These are predators and they're killers, and I don't want them here at all. I'm against them 100%. If I went to a zoo, that's where I'd see my wild animals, and that's the only place I want to see them. And I'm concerned about people that are on the highways. We go down to Algodones for dental work. If I break down out there, what am I supposed to do, sit in my car until somebody comes along? I don't know. I'm against this program completely.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Would the young lady sitting next to you care to make a response?
Sally?
No? Okay. Anyone left on that row, Sally? Okay, then we'll go up to the third row.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, my name's Paul Ward. I live at 3244 Aztec Road, Golden Valley. I'd like to talk about the perception of reality of these wolves being turned loose on a layman's terms. Before they ever brought any of the wolves in, they knew that it was coming, and the Forest Service started cutting the permits because they knew there was going to be a conflict between the wolves and the cattle. My family and my wife's families have ranched in Arizona and New Mexico for 5 generations. And basically it removed their livelihood. A friend of mine down at 3 Links, down below the rim in the wolf area, his numbers were cut from almost 500 head down to 180 head. Year before last, out of that 180 head, he got 0 calf crop, not 1 calf. That basically reduces your livelihood to nothing. It has got to the point where the federal government is trying to take every one of our rights away and control and keep us on welfare, and we need to do something about it. I feel like the state should take control of all of the public lands inside the state and let the state administrate them. We could do a better job because we're in a local area. We're not in some office in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is that his wife?
Yeah, that's his wife, and I can't remember her name.
She'll be coming down.
My name is Linda Ward, and I live at 2373 South Dragoon in Golden Valley. I also own a business there, and that's where my husband says he resides, but he actually lives with me. But anyway, I was born and raised in Alpine, Arizona, and I've lived in Apache County for many years. And I also own a home in Snowflake, Arizona, which is in Navajo County, and I have seen what these wolves have done. My family has been in ranching for 5 generations plus logging so I know firsthand what they can do, and I'm thoroughly opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next on that row. If you'll please state your name and address.
Glad to see all people, and thank you a lot for taking time to work with us on this. I'm Bob Dewey, 15807 Kingman, Arizona, Stockton Hill Road. I'm very much against the wolves, and for more than one reason. In Mohave County right now, we do not have enough wild animals to feed the lions and the coyotes. So how are we going to feed the wolves? They're going to eat our cows is what they're going to do. So I really think this is a crime. We have hundreds of young children going to bed every night without anything to eat. Let's take that billions of dollars we're spending on these wolves and feed those kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey.
Chairman Watson, Supervisors, my name is Chuck Lang with the Exbar One Ranch and 7944 North Hackberry Road in Valentine. Everybody watches the news all the time, every day, and I don't think anybody can be, when you hear someone from the federal government get up and say, well, we're not going to do this or we're not going to do that, it's pretty hard to believe them. But they do a lot of stuff, and none of it's good, usually. What I wanted to say was, for the last 30 or 40 years, we've seen the effects of what the environmental groups, along with the federal government, have done to our lifestyle, ranching, whether it be ranching, hunting, or whatever. But until we get some kind of good tort reform where these environmental groups can't just make a living at suing the federal government and getting away with it every time, basically, because they're making a pretty darn good living off the taxpayers right now. So somehow we've got to come up with some kind of tort reform, maybe something similar to what Texas did in that state. You know, they've done a pretty good job down there, but I've talked to our representatives and senators and stuff at the state level, and it always seems like nobody has the guts to do what needs to be done, because there's always the lawyers that are fighting it, you know. So, but maybe the supervisors from each county can help with that and talk to the representatives, and maybe we can finally get something done on a state level. And I'm totally opposed to the wolves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Over to the next aisle. Any comments? Okay, we'll start back over here.
I'd like to thank the board for having this hearing and inviting us here. My name is Ron Roebuck. I live in Wickiup, P.O. Box 33. I'm a rancher, and I feel the government can implement all these different projects all the time, but then they usually fail. It's like the burro and the wild horses. We got burros all over the place. Federal government says, we ain't got no money. We can't shoot them. We can't do anything with them. We just got to take care of them. And the same thing will happen to the wolves. They'll implement this, we'll get thousands of wolves, and they'll say, we ain't got any money. We can't handle it. So I feel that all these, if they want to before they implement new programs, they ought to take care of some of the ones they already implemented. And that'll help us out a lot. And when they have when we have cattle on the ranches are big enough that you'll never find a kill. And I talked to, until months later, or weeks later, and we got ranchers up in Wyoming and stuff, and when they turn in a kill, the government stalls for 4 or 5 days before they get out there, and by then the buzzards and coyotes and everything have taken care of it. So you never get paid for the animal anyhow. So that's my feeling. I'm dead against it.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you for having us. My name is Molly Arnold Meyer. I have lived in Mohave County for 50 of my 70 years, and I am very opposed to the wolf program. I am a partner in the Bar S Ranch at the south end of the Wallapies, and I'm also the managing member for most of the Arnold family enterprises in Kingman. With respect to the ranch, something that nobody has mentioned so far is that we have a sheep population, a bighorn sheep population in this county that is very fragile. And if we have wolves, how long do you think those lambs are going to last? And to second what my partner said just before me, most of our ranches, I think all of the ranches in Mohave County, at least have some pastures that are so rough that you don't see your cows every year. You may see them at Roundup. Our ranch isn't cross-fenced, and so we have cows that we may not see but every couple of years. If we lose a calf, whether it's to a bear, a cougar, or no, a wolf, we may see a cow with a tight bag. Chances are we'll never find the carcass. We have feral dogs. Most of our ranchers have subdivisions on them, and feral dogs are always a concern. They kill for sport, and wolves kill for sport. Excuse me. If, as they said, we need to have corridors connecting the populations, I don't believe there's a corridor available from Mohave County to where any of the other populations would exist. And with respect to federal management, we probably have 100 boroughs in our area. We are supposed to have 0. In this case, it's BLM, but the excuse is we don't have any money. We're not allowed to shoot them. We're not allowed to trap them. We caught a couple by accident when we were water trapping cattle. BLM came out and took them and moved them onto our neighbor and let them go. And my final point, whether you're a miner, a logger, or a rancher or a farmer, we are the producers who keep the country fed and housed. And if you put us out of business, what is going to happen to the major population? We are probably 2 or 3% of that doing the producing. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Next person in the row, please.
Chairman Watson, Supervisors, my name is Charles Brotherton. I live at 1655 East Sierra Vista in Kingman, and I don't need to go into detail and repeat what everybody else has been saying, but, because it's basically how everybody feels, and I do oppose the agenda on the gray wolves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brotherton. Yes, please, ma'am. If you folks would like to come out and kind of line up to move it a little quicker, that'd be fine.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Murphy. I live at Stagecoach Trails. That's south of I-40 and north of I-10, and we do have wolves out there. It began with yip yip coyote. Now it goes yip yip yow. They interbreed, and they do cross the boundaries, and they have sex with whoever they want to. They don't have marriage laws. They're just animals. And you got to take care that you have dominion over the animals. They don't have dominion over you. And the kitty cats, well, I had a Siamese cat that was given to me when I first moved out here 12, 13 years ago. And he's gone, but I have some little part bobcat, part Siamese cats. And then some jaguars came along, and we had some great big black, part Siamese, part bobcat, part, they do interbreed too. We're going to have Mastiff, Pit Bull, Coyote wolves, all interbred. And they're all kind of, people love them sometimes, but it gets to a contest. We got the bigger, badder one, and people do like to, this is one of their things sometimes. They want the biggest, baddest dog or the biggest, baddest cat. And I like my part bobcats, and I don't like the coyotes or the wolves eating them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone left in that row to the left? All right, we'll start back up in this corner over here. Next row, please. Brenda? If you'd like to line up so we can move the comments a little faster, we can go ahead and line up down here. Evidently not.
Hello, I'm Brenda Stockbridge, 3779 Cinch Drive, Kingman, Arizona. And I have a couple comments, one by my dad, from my dad, Bill Hamilton, and me. And then a little something I want to say. This is in defense of agriculture and people against the introduction of the gray wolf program. When wolves were plentiful in the West and the population was more rural, governments recognized the threat to humans and responded with a bounty. Today, the population is urban and feels insulated from primitive threats such as wildlife and erratic food supply. We who still live in the rural areas know these threats still exist. We have also seen the intentions of the government swayed by organizations that do not have to live with the results. We have watched millions of dollars spent with unintended and unwanted consequences. Examples abound. Forest fire suppression has caused massive fires throughout the West because of the massive buildup of plants and fuels. The non-indigenous wild burro is harming the bighorn sheep population and multiplying as quickly as the non-indigenous wild horses. Neither of these species have natural enemies, and they overpopulate by political force. The extinction of the devil's hole pupfish may have been hastened by the actions of the government in spite of the millions of dollars spent. One reason for this little fish's demise, in 2004, university researchers left a container of fish traps next to the devil's hole, and a flash flood swept them into the habitat, killing most of the fish. Another example is the desert tortoise, where in today's Daily Miner, it is revealed that because of a drop in funding, the government plans to kill tortoises by the hundreds. Please listen to the people on the ground, those of us who live and love this country. Please do not endanger us or our livelihood further. As you sit in judgment of our fate, please remember my paraphrase of the poem, First They Came, by Martin Niemöller. They first came for the ranchers, and I did not speak up because there was no hunger. Then they came for the hunters, and I didn't speak up because there was no hunger. Then they came for the farmers, and I didn't speak up because there was no hunger. Then hunger came for me, and by that time, there was no one to speak up. I appreciate this hearing. You guys are very generous to let the public speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stockbridge.
I want to thank the county for having this meeting. My name is Cal Baird, the Windmill Ranch, mile marker 101, US Highway 93. And I've experienced the federal government's actions in Nevada on a desert tortoise. And as Brenda just mentioned, you can see what happens when they take control of something. Anyway, I'm opposed to the wolf. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cal.
How you doing? Mick Radowski, P.O. Box 546, Kingman, Arizona. I'm going to make this as quick as possible. I came with one question, but now I have two. First question is, everybody calls them feral dogs or whatever you want to call them, but these are pets that people have. And it's not just in this county, it's in states, where these people turn their dogs out because, oh, I came from the city, now it's a big open area, I can turn my dogs out. Well, according to your shows on TV about pet food, everything comes from the wolf. So now we already have thousands of wolves turned out, killing all the babies that we would hunt to bring money into this state, our cattle and livelihoods, and now you're going to take another 240 wolves and turn them out on top of the ones that you can't control to begin with. Maybe we need to take a study on that. And that's pretty much that one, but then I seen up here when you put your barcode up about how the wolves only kill the elk calf. Well, yeah, they're only going to kill the elk calf because they're the weakest, and you watch History Channel or whatever, that's what they do all across the world, not just here. And if you turn that out, you're not going to have any calves to replenish your elk cow or elk bull because they won't be here, and then our state is out of money to begin with. Now the hunters don't come here. How are you going to try and support our state? By just doing a test? And that's my two questions. And instead of everybody just staying there, I would like an answer written to the county of why that's okay, so that we know you're really listening to what we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dewey.
My name's Dan Dewey, 5121 North Huffman Road. My brother's been a rancher here for 65 years, and I've seen what tame dogs can do, because they lay around all day long, and then at night they all get together and go shopping. And I've seen what they've done to his cattle firsthand, and they're no different than a wolf. We do not need the wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Christy McReynolds?
Yes, sir. My name is Christy Kofer McReynolds. I'm at 800 West Sundown, Kingman. And you asked us to tell us who we represented. I represent my grandchildren and their livelihood for the rest of this coming years. I was born and raised here in Mohave County. My grandfather was born and raised here. My dad, my mom. There's a lot of us. We're ranchers. Always will be. I may not be in the field exactly now myself, but I have a lot of people behind me that are. Their livelihood depends on us not introducing this wolf into this country. It doesn't belong here. It belongs in New Mexico, lower Arizona, into Texas, all the way down into far into Sonora. It's not indigenous to this county. You're talking about using the far southwestern parts of our county for this program experiment. Sure you would. It's on private property. 90% of that property is private property. The other side of that freeway, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, farther up, up in U.S. Forest Service and BLM. Don't take our private property. It's our livelihood. We don't need it taken away from us. Thank you. I am dead set against it.
Thank you, Christie.
Thank you, Gary. Supervisors, Ken McReynolds, 800 West Sundown. As Gary knows, we used to own the Gopher Ranch. I'm opposed to the gray wolf and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone to speak on the left side over here?
Come on down.
Please come on down. Please come on down. Anyone wishing to speak on this side over here, please come on down.
Hi, my name is Betsy Huntington, and I live at 2080 East Snavely here in Kingman. I've lived here in Arizona for 10 years now, and 8.5 of those years I lived out in the desert near chloride. One thing I wanted to say first is I am constantly astonished by how difficult human beings create their own lives. I mean, all these rules and regulations, and I mean, we do it to ourselves, really, we do. And I just wanted to say that. Okay, the other thing is that in living out there, I lived near the BLM land, and there were cows everywhere, and they would come on my property, and I could not afford to fence the whole property, so I just fenced around the house and my garden, and the cows would still get in. And so me, my husband, myself, and my 2 dogs, we'd have to get up in the middle of the night and go chase the cows because they break in. And I was told that I had no recourse with the rancher because I did not have an approved fence. It was just a fence that we built. So I never complained, but I lost a lot of my garden and stuff. A couple of times out there, I would go walking with my dogs, and there were cows and calves all over, and there would be dogs coming out of chloride, and we knew they were from chloride because we'd seen them in there, and they would attack the babies and kill them, and nobody ever came out to shoot them or do anything like that. They were very dangerous. And so I think that before you reintroduce a wolf, I agree with the people who have spoken that they need to take care of the burrows of an oatman, and they need to take care of all these wild dogs that are running around here. Okay, I really love wolves, I really do. I think the wolf is an amazing animal, and I believe that the wolf and the human being connection started way, way back in prehistoric times. So I'm not against wolves at all. But if you're gonna bring them here, you have to make sure that they have enough food to eat and a place to live safely. And now up north in the big parks up there, they have thousands and thousands of acres of land, and there is room for wolves up there. But I don't see where they're gonna really fit in Mohave County. And and as far as, the federal government, I think that ever since the country has been established, there has been tension between the states and the federal government, and the pendulum swings one way or the other. And I think the Civil War brought in the outcome of the Civil War brought in the strength of the federal government. And so I think I applaud your efforts to have our voices heard, I don't think anybody's going to listen to me, but I do think that this is an ongoing issue, and I applaud your efforts to at least try to be at the table with them. I don't want to see wolves killed just because they don't have anything else to eat except the cattle. Now, maybe we could bring the wolves in and turn them loose on the burrows. Now, that might help. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name's Nicole Cohen, 1800 Burgundy Drive, Lake Havasu City. I oppose introducing the Mexican gray wolves in Mohave County because I think it will lead to more government protection of the species and more regulation, resulting in more limitations on our human activity, which we already see all across our state. I have no history in ranching or farming, but I'm wearing my cowboy boots in honor of all the people behind me because I love everything they produce. We've got 72.5% of our state lands that are already federally managed or tribal lands, so we don't have that much private land to begin with. And so I just wanted to make that point and then thank Pascal, Barry, Doyle, and Sylvia for traveling all the way here to educate me. Very eye-opening, and for reminding us all to remember and consider that this is a property rights issue. We have to fight for our state's rights and our local control and decision-making, and I hope I don't ever see caged bus stops for our children so that wildlife can run free. Thank you to all the supervisors.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board and staff. I'm Regina Musamichi. I live at 3697 Dakota Road in Kingman, Arizona. I'm a transplant myself from New York City, and I don't know a thing about ranching or anything of that nature, but I do know quite a bit about economics. And I just wonder why the federal government would create a problem to spend money on a problem. What could possibly be the purpose? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Watson, Supervisors, I'm John Moss. I live at 2059 East Jamie Road in Fort Mohave, Arizona. It's Steve Moss's district. And I'm on the Colorado River Union High School District School Board. Many of the things that were said already can help me make this shorter, so I'm going to stick and say I support everything the ranchers have said back there, and as well as it should tell you something when the federal government thinks that as a result of their programs we'll cage our children to free the wolves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I am Don Lynch. I live at 1315 Franklin Court in Kingman. I'm new here, been here 2 years. I sold my cattle in 2011, sold my farm, sold my equipment, and moved down to the big city here. So I was shocked when I saw the proposal to introduce wolves in Mohave County, actually to see it in Arizona at all. I've already seen the problems that have been caused by the wolf introduction in northeastern Washington, Pend Oreille and Stevens County, Bonner County, Boundary County up in Idaho. And I appreciate greatly the gentleman who mentioned the 176 sheep slaughtered by a gray wolf up in Idaho. That was my purpose in coming here, was to make sure people knew about that incident, because that's the kind of thing we can continue to expect if the extremists, and that's what we have to call them, is they are extremists, get their way. Now, since the extremists from the federal government are here pointing forth their program, I have my extremist proposal. 1, establish the bounty again for the gray wolf. We don't need them here in this state. We don't want them in this state. It's a bad idea. I cannot believe that I saw cages for children to wait for the bus. 2, pass an ordinance making it a criminal act to introduce the Mexican gray wolf or any other wolf in Mohave County and hopefully in Arizona, and prosecute. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Yes. Mr. Lynch, we have a question by Supervisor.
No. I just want to read my letter.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Misunderstood. Thank you. Supervisor Angus would like to bring the...
I received a letter from a sheriff. His name is Mitch Alexander from Shoshone County in Idaho, and he asked me to please read this because he heard about our hearing today. Dear citizens of Mohave County, my name is Mitchell Alexander, and I'm the sheriff of Shoshone County, Idaho. We are located in North Idaho on the Montana border. In the movie The Field of Dreams, there is a famous quote, "If you build it, they will come." Well, if they reintroduce wolves, they too will come and reproduce, and you will never get rid of them. I have generations of my family who have lived here and can verify things are not the same as before the wolves were reintroduced. The economic impact on the state has been dire. Prior to the wolves, our out-of-state hunting brought in an incredible amount of revenue for both fish and game budgets as well as the local economy. Elk season here has always been open to bulls, cows, and calves. It is no longer like this, and it is bulls only. Hunters who had hunted in the same area for 30 and 40 years no longer see any sign of game and have pulled up their camps, either no longer hunting or moving elsewhere. The elk that would stay at the edge of town, even in the hardiest of winters, now graze in town like cattle once hunting season is over. They can literally be found in our yards, eating everyone's shrubs, bushes, and causing extensive damage to homeowners' property. It's like they feel more protected in town rather than in the woods. They've attacked my friend's dogs in his yards, killing and injuring them. This has given his family high vet bills and uneasiness with his kids playing outside. I am a runner and came across one chasing elk at our local golf course in Kellogg, Idaho. This has caused me to even rethink running without a gun. 1 mile from my house, a friend at the local Sunshine Mine took a photo of an elk running down the middle of the road, right behind it, a wolf in chase. This is right next to the mine parking lot. I have friends who have complained to game officials about wolves being on their porches. They were not believed until game cameras provided photos of them. Best of luck to my fellow Americans in Mohave County. You will all need to stick together and fight this one out.
Okay, who's next? It's got to be that row up there. Is that Dan?
Hello, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Dan Rodriguez, 2413 Marlene Kingman. I guess if I didn't give it to you, EPA would be more than happy to give it to you. But one of the things, I'm a retired police officer, and at the time, for a couple of years, I oversaw the Animal Control Division. Even here in the city, there were hybrid wolves. And out in the county, there were hybrid wolves that we were having a problem with. So I decided to read up on it. And my concern is that on the eastern end of our county, which they say is probably the least they expect them to go, there's still a lot of feral dogs. And if they mate, we're going to end up with hybrid wolves. And the thing about hybrid wolves, when they mate, you may have a feral dog and a hybrid wolf. That doesn't mean you're going to get 50% dog and 50% wolf. It can be up 90% wolf. And even fourth generation, you still don't know what you're going to get. They can be, high capacity wolves at that time. So they're going to infiltrate the entire county in one way. They may be hybrids, they may be full wolves, we don't know. And these wolves, where they're being introduced, they're going to take up part of the bighorn sheep, the desert bighorn sheep area. And that's pretty delicate right now. And the other thing is, the same people who are pushing for the wolf introduction, they also want to have the Sonoran desert tortoise in the endangered list. And the wolves are going to occupy that. What's going to happen to them? The other thing is, Mr. Oakleaf gave a presentation at the cattle growers meeting about a month ago, and the talk was always about once they reach an established population, a viable population, this will happen or that will happen. So I asked him what the viable population was, and he couldn't answer it. He said it hasn't been established. How do you set a plan when you don't have defined goals? I know they talked about overseeing the federal government. That's why Game and Fish is a part of it. And I would hope that everybody's really ethical on that. But who's paying them to be there? Obviously, like I said, they're not taking it out of the hunting licenses. The federal government's paying them to be there. You're going to bite the hand that feeds you, human condition being what it is, and I've seen it throughout my life. Things will get jaded. In closing, the Arizona revised statutes, the ones that pertains to game and fish, I believe it's Title 17 or 14. One of the first articles states that any wildlife introduced into the state on its public lands, whether it be exotic animals or already existing. Once introduced, they become property of the state. And I challenge the state through its representatives to enforce that, to do something about it, take possession of these wolves and get them out of here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
My name is Mike Gross. I reside at 3467 Bosque Road in Golden Valley. Thank you, Chairman, for letting us come up here and talk about this. I'm on the board of the Arizona Cattle Growers Association, representing the Mohave Livestock Association from this county. And I go to these meetings and I talk to a lot of ranchers that are really infested with this wolf issue. Down, in the blues and the eastern side. And I tell you what, there's some horror stories that these ranchers telling me about. And they asked me, and says, well, what's your biggest problem? And I said, well, feral dogs. And I said, well, man, if they bring wolves up here, I don't know what I would do. It's a big, big issue, these predators, and I tell you what, it is a terrible thing that a rancher has to go through to try to protect his livestock. It takes time, it takes money, and it takes a lot of resources, and it just, it actually keeps you from ranching, trying to control the predator, And my good friend, Scott, he was in the blues when this first started, and he had to uproot and come to this county to ranch. That's the only good thing about the wolf population. The wolf introduction happened. He brought a good person and a good rancher to our county, but now they want to expand that, and the eastern part of the Mohave County where he's going to ranch at, he's going to be infected again. He don't have to deal with this. He already dealt with it once. How many times can he uproot and keep moving? It costs him a ranch in the blues. Now he has got a ranch in Mohave County. Now they want to put these wolves back on him again. That's not fair. I am totally opposed to this wolf introduction. And they're not only going to stay there, they're going to travel the whole county. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Mr. Derringer?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the board for letting us speak. I'm Scott Derringer, and I'm on a Wagon Bow Ranch northeast of Wickiup. We were in the recovery area when they started the Mexican gray wolf recovery. And we had 3 packs of wolves within 7 miles of our headquarters. And I guess I know about as much about them as anybody around here, including Mr. Oakleaf. One of the things, there was a man named Parsons that was in charge of the program at that time. And after it had been going for a while and the wolves were kind of scattering around, he came by our place, our headquarters, and he told me, well, I got a good report for you. We were flying and saw the Turkey Creek pack of wolves killing their first elk. And I said, well, where was that, Mr. Parsons? And he said, well, down Turkey Creek, and there's some bluffs and rims down there. And I said, well, that sounds like the T-Link shipping pasture. Jim Grammer's been on the T-Link for 30 years, hadn't seen his first elk. And I said, maybe you better go look. And I called our, well, they call it Animal Services now. That used to be the Animal Damage Control for the federal government. We had an officer there in Greenlee County, and I called him and told him to come up there as soon as it get light the next morning and go look at this deal. As soon as he got through the cattle guard into the T-Link shipping pasture, he saw wolf tracks. And there was a Brangus cow hung in the fence, and I don't remember which one was dead and which one was still dragging around, and there was a Brangus heifer. Anyway, that was their first elk kills. And on the upper blue, Herschel Downs, his family, he was dead at the time they put the wolves out, and his son-in-law was taking care of the ranch. And between the spotted owls and the wolves, they gave up. He's working in the prison up north of Springerville.
Same way with Rose Autry, they're from a pioneer family there. They don't have any cows anymore. Let's see. I'd like to ask Mr. Oakley for an honest answer to how much has been spent on this program so far. And I'd like to ask if they can really verify that these wolves are actually Mexican gray wolves and not crossbreds. And what does that do to the program? Another thing that happened right at the start of the program, there was a man and his wife and daughter camped on 4 Bar Mesa at the Borrow Pit. And this Turkey Creek pack was one of the first ones in our area there. And they showed up in their camp, run their dog around and into the tent. He finally shot a wolf and then turned himself in, and he was detained for 2 weeks. Couldn't see his family. And at the start, I don't know who's paying the bill now. The Defenders of Wildlife were supposed to reimburse us for what livestock we lost. And we bought, it was like late winter, early spring of, let's see, 98, I guess it was, or 99. We bought about 48 head of cows from Wilcox Livestock Auction and Marana Livestock Auction. They were heavy bred. About half of them already had calves by their side. The rest of them were in the last trimester, last 3 months of their pregnancy, and we asked the Forest Service permission to put them in a smaller pasture where I could get them acclimated before I turned them out on the rest of my cows. And within a month's time, we were 20 head of calves short. I took the, well, there was some interns and another person or two, but the Animal Services man that was supposed to make the judgment call on whether it was a wolf depredation, I found a real fresh kill, and there was a little fresh snow on the ground. It was about April, had a late storm, and anyway, I see the wolf tracks going, and I see cow tracks, and pretty soon there's a blood, and you can see where a calf's dragging along, and I got to it, and it was dead and partly ate up, and I threw it up in a tree, and they were coming up that day to look at a dead bull I had. Anyway, I took them right to that fresh kill. Finally, we got paid for 1/2 of that calf, and I got paid for the vet bill on one dog. They'd come right in our yard and jump on our dogs. If we went to town, we had to move down to another ranch that we were taking care of there to put our dogs in pens in the barn, because the wolves would come right to our yard. These people got 40-acre parcels out here. They think if they don't even have livestock, they'll come to your pets, especially in the spring when they're getting ready to den. And anyway, we got out of there as quick as we could, and here they come again.
Hi, thank you very much for fighting this issue. My name is Linda Derringer, and I'm Scott's wife. I live at the Wagon Bow Ranch. And I would like to give you a little insight into the attitude that the Fish and Wildlife Service has. As soon as we realized that it was a no-win situation there, we started going to the local news medias and telling what was actually happening. And the Fish and Wildlife Service didn't like that, because they want everybody to think that everything is going just fine out there. So they decided to put a little pressure on us. And first thing they did was they sent the spotted owl counters into our ranch, which was not spotted owl country. Then they parked a camp trailer at our gate and said that they were there to keep the wolves from being a problem to us. No, they were there to watch us, and they watched us 24 hours a day. And When Scott finally we had all our cattle gathered up and ready to leave there in our little area of deeded land where you can actually shoot a wolf if they are harassing your livestock. Excuse me. Scott was over here taking care of things, and I was there by myself. I looked out the window and I saw some wolves coming onto the property. So I got my camera, because if you do not have a camera, you cannot prove the wolves are a problem. I grabbed my camera and I grabbed my gun. Until then, these guys know where the wolves are all the time. They're monitoring them. They knew they were there. They didn't do anything about it until they saw me come out of the house with my camera and my gun, and they came charging over there and chased the wolves away. They were to protect the wolves from me. They don't care about anybody else. Thank you. I appreciate your effort.
Thank you, Ms. Derringer. Next row, please. Oh, Tom?
Morning, Chairman and Board. All I can say is I'm opposed to the wolf, and I think they're beautiful, but you can see them in the library on the back of a T-shirt. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Tom Wilson. I'll get you an address for the record. Next, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Brad Lewis, P.O. Box 1305, Kingman. I was born and raised here in Kingman, Mohave County. I'm opposed to the wolf in Mohave County and the state of Arizona. So, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Emmett Sturgill. I'm a rancher here in the county. My address 12375 Holstein Drive. I would like to go on record as opposing the wolf. I won't be long-winded because I know this meeting's ran fairly long now. But I would also, after, urge the board, I commend you on the, you're preparing some documents to show that our county is probably not in favor of the wolf resolution. I've read that resolution, and it's a good one. I don't think it's as good as Apache County's, and I would like to, in lieu of some of these comments, I would like to see your resolution be strengthened even more. And I want to go on record as being opposed to the wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmett.
Hi, my name is Wendy Cavalier from Cavalier Ranch, 3625 East Boreana Mine Road, Yucca, Arizona. I am opposed to the wolf. I came in here thinking that, my livelihood, my cattle are, after seeing the picture of children being put in cages at bus stops, not only am I worried about my cattle, I am worried about my children. I live in a rural part of our county. My children do wait at a bus stop, and we cannot let our children be put behind a wolf population and our livelihood as raising livestock. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Mr. Watson, fellow supervisors, thank you for having all of us here today from both sides. I have been raised in the livestock industry in the state of Arizona. As of right now, I'm a horse shoer. It doesn't affect me very much, but it will shortly. I am totally against the wolves in Mohave County in the state of Arizona. If the Mexicans want the wolves in Mexico, let them keep them, not in Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show that was Sam Gould, and I'll get you the address.
2497 East Cayudemas, Kingman.
Thank you, Sam.
Good morning. I'm Huck Sandsness, 6425 East Highway 66, and I firmly oppose the wolf proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Huck. Anyone remaining on the right-hand side up here? All right. Those wishing to speak on the left-hand side, do we have anyone left on the left-hand side? Is there anyone that I could have possibly have missed that would like to state yes, no, indifferent at this time? Okay. What I'd like to do is again take maybe 5 or 10 minutes. We'll then reconvene. We'll go through the call to the public, and also at that time we'll get our presenters together. And if you folks have questions for the presenters, we'd like to field some questions. Pardon me? 10 minutes? Okay, it's been about 2 hours. So we'll take a 10-minute break, we'll come back in, reconvene, and finish the meeting up. Thank you. I thought you wanted to break every 2 hours. From now on, I'll... Ladies and gentlemen, we'll reconvene this public hearing. At this time, we will be hearing... Okay. Thank you. At this time, we'll be hearing the people that would like to address the call to the public. The call to the public is for a forum in which you can speak on anything that is not on the agenda. So bear in mind that it's not on the agenda. The first person to speak this afternoon will be Steve Robinson. Mr. Robinson?
This is Steve Robinson, 3439 North Bowie Road in Golden Valley. At a time when we're frustrated with abuse of power, it's very refreshing to hear a story about someone who uses their training and skill to do exactly what we'd expect them to do and go far and above beyond their call of duty. The International Association of Fire Chiefs met about 10 days ago. It is a 140-year-old organization of fire chiefs from across the nation. At that meeting, Golden Valley's own fire chief, Thomas O'Donohue, was awarded the Ben Franklin Medal of Honor for his heroic actions in saving 2 lives on December 21st, 2012. This award was presented to him. It's the 44th annual award that they've been presenting, and he is the first fire chief to win this award. What he did was he arrived on the scene at 90 seconds after receiving the call. He found out immediately that a civilian had gone into a building with 5-foot-high windowsills, and the 92-year-old woman, 260-pound woman, was in the only room that hadn't burst into flames. The civilian had gone in, Robert Davies, to help her, and he couldn't help her. The chief violated his own rules for his own people by jumping into that building without the safety gear. Mr. Davies and the chief helped this woman out. He threw Mr. Davies out, and as he jumped out of that building, he saw the flashover where everything in that room, that last room, burst into flames. And so I am proud that our chief went way above and beyond the call of duty, and I just wanted to bring it to the attention. And there will be an award ceremony by Motorola Solutions here in the next 2 weeks. I will invite every one of the supervisors to that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Next person to speak on the call to the public, Mr. Merriweather, Butch Merriweather.
I'm Butch Merriweather. I live at 2225 South Dome Road in Golden Valley. And before I say anything, I want everybody to know, I noticed they've seen my tennis shoes and my shirt. My wife bought them, and I love my wife, and I know, yes, dear, so I'm wearing them today.
Dedication.
I personally believe that the federal government exercises too much control in the state and county. And I'm going to digress just for a second. Everybody knows that I have a hybrid wolf, and I love it, and she's old and fat, and she got one paw in the grave. And she'd probably lick you to death, if anything. There are more important issues to the ranchers and county officials that should and must they be concerned with. I bet the ranchers and county officials are unaware that there are public lands within Mohave County that the federal government says you can't even ride a bicycle in. That's right, public lands where you can't ride a bike, but right now the ranchers are allowed through their allocations, such as Travis has one up by B, that they're allowed to graze their cattle on. Mohave County ranchers and county government and others should be more concerned about the concerted efforts of the BLM to either shut down or limit access to public lands to people. Everyone knows the BLM has been shutting down public lands to motorized traffic in Mohave County, and they also want to stop the grazing of cattle by ranchers to public lands. The ranchers and the county officials should start thinking what they're going to do when the BLM actually does shut down grazing on public lands, then they're going to be limited to just one small little area. An example is Travis, who has the allocation up by me, lives over close to where Supervisor Watson's got his horses. That means he's going to have to keep his cattle there. It's not going to be able to go out there on the BLM. That's my point. Yes, I love my wolf, but I want to point out a thing right here. If you can put it up there. That is up there at Mount Nut. That's about a block and a half away from me. And if you notice the little sign that I did, I blew up the thing. It says closed to motorized vehicles, equipment, bicycles, and hang gliders. I don't think I could hop a hang glider up the top of the hill to float down. But if you notice down here at the bottom, I said, coming soon to the wilderness is no cows, no wolves, and no hikers. That's what the ultimate goal of the BLM is, to shut our area down completely. I don't want them to fence off the desert and make us walk 40 miles to look at a flower. That's my point, and that's basically the way I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merriweather. Okay, we're approaching the last portion of our meeting, and what I would like to do is to have our presenters of information come up to the dais, and I'll get you. And that way you folks can ask them questions, and they can be able to respond to you back in this way. So folks, if you'll come up, our presenters, but Mike, maybe if you could move over to this, that would give us plenty of room. Just move down a little bit, yeah. Julie, if you'll take this chair. Yeah, go ahead and fill in these chairs right here. There we go. Is that getting enough? Okay. All right. Okay, we need one more. Okay.
Can we get to be Chairman Watson?
Someone gets to be here. Come on, Barry. Barry, come on over here. Here we go.
Oh, let me sit out.
You can have it. For the ladies. I'll be out in the public. Barry got one. I got one right here.
Hildy, you can be Joy today.
You can be joyful. How's that? Is that one empty? Yeah, go ahead and jump in.
You can be Joy.
No, I've got some work to do. All right, Steve, if you will cover the portion of the response. I will. My own Scott. Go ahead and do that now. Yes. It's very important that we've had this public meeting, and now we have a response from everyone here on our record. It's also extremely important for you to take the next step and sending your comments into Chief Moss will explain to you how to do that, and we have those applications in the back. I'll make sure that you get some for you, some for your family, some for your friends. So, Supervisor Moss, if you'll cover that.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Watson. My name is Steve Moss. I'm the supervisor for District 5. I've now been shuffled over. Hildy Angus is a much better looking supervisor, though. There are public comment forms at the top where the agenda is located. Anyone who is interested in submitting a written comment to U.S. Game and Fish, the Division of Policy and Directives Management should take a copy, fill it out, mail it in. You should also take copies to your friends, your families, your acquaintances who might also be interested. As part of the public comment process, Game and Fish will be looking at what you, the public, have to say. I'm sure Mr. Oakleaf would encourage that. He mentioned in his direct comments, and it will be part of the process, and it will be part of the record. The comments that were made verbally here today on the record to the Board of Supervisors, that is great and wonderful, and we're glad that you did it, but it's mostly for purposes of influencing the Mohave County Board of Supervisors policies. If you want your word to be heard at the Game and Fish level, you need to fill in this form and you need to ship it out. If you don't fill it out, if you don't mail it out, if you don't get the members of your community to do that, it is essentially the same thing as having not spoken. There is an address in the top left-hand corner. Make sure you put that address on your envelope. Make sure you put a stamp on that envelope and get it in as soon as possible. You want to have that in, or at least be postmarked, no later than September 16th. That comment period may have been extended, as I've heard Mr. Oakleaf state earlier, to sometime in October, but we want to make sure we get the comments in. Is there anything I should add to that, Mr. Oakleaf?
Well, there's two separate comment periods. So one comment period is on the
There's a microphone.
Well, so there's two separate comment periods. One comment period is on the draft chapter 1 and 2 of the EIS that's out there right now, and that is due September 19th. And so that deadline has remained the same. For the proposed rules, and there's two different proposed rules that are out there, those deadlines have been extended.
Thank you, Mr. Oakleaf. So I would encourage you to keep that September 16th date to make sure your written comments are part of the record. Being a person who believes that you should do as you preach, I have my form. I'll be filling it in, and I'll be submitting it. I would also like to make on the record my own comments based upon this meeting and prior meetings that we've heard, so the residents of Mohave County will know how I personally feel, and I know that these comments will be echoed by many of the members of this Board of Supervisors. I have concerns with expanding the Mexican gray wolf's habitat. I'm not opposed to the gray wolf as a creature. It's one of God's creatures. It's beautiful in nature, and we need to, in a proper and appropriate way, accommodate that wolf. However, I think the core area that's been currently introduced in has not yet resolved problems associated with the human and wolf interaction. And from my observation, just listening today, I don't think we should be any expanding or even thinking about expanding until we address some of those problems. In my opinion, those problems include, for example, if it were to come into Mohave County, as I believe it was Ms. Meyer who mentioned, we have bighorn sheep who are very fragile species, and the wolf would definitely prey upon them if given the opportunity. I don't think many would complain if they preyed on the burros, but you have to take that, and those should be considered that if you bring the gray wolf, the Mexican gray wolf, into Mohave County, those creatures, which I believe are equally precious, would be impacted. Secondly, I believe that when it comes to human-wolf interactions, that the federal government needs to improve its compensation method. It's not the first story I've heard of ranchers and others whose properties have been damaged and their property rights have been dismissed as we can't prove it, don't know it, I'll give you partial compensation. I believe that it should be an improved compensation plan, including the payment of loss at fair market value, which means there's no fixed schedule. What the loss is this month is not the loss that you experienced next month or the year before. Anytime the government does something, and in my opinion, directly does something by putting a dangerous species into the area of private property, there's a risk of loss, and the federal government, having made that decision, should bear the risk of loss. I think, Mr. Oakleaf, your organization, which you advocated a bit earlier, which wants to help compensate in order to minimize the sting, is wonderful, and the request for public donations is wonderful, but the financial responsibility does rest with the federal government, and it should be the federal government writing the check. Secondly, when it comes to the human-wolf interactions, there is the issue of self-defense. Self-defense of yourself, defense of others, and defense of your own property. It's beyond expecting of a rational human being to watch their property be destroyed and not have them react violently. It's something that we've not been trained to do, and it's not something that I would expect any normal human being to endure. And when you see a wolf on the roadway looking at a car with an infant in it with the mother, if that mother had had a handgun, I would have anticipated the mother should have shot that wolf. And who would blame her? I wouldn't have. So really, there needs to be, for the wolf's own protection to some degree, I feel like that pastor in Caddyshack saying, didn't want to send him there, but I felt I had to. But the wolf has to learn that human beings are dangerous. And by allowing to have more robust rules of self-defense and defense of others and defense of property, wolves are not dumb. They may learn to avoid people, and it won't necessarily endanger the population. So until these and other issues are worked out in the core area they're already introduced into, and until the residents and the Board of Supervisor members who are directly impacted that can say to us in good faith, the federal government has been a wonderful partner to work with. We have managed to deal with these issues. We don't have to lock our kids up in boxes at bus stops to protect them from predators. I cannot, as an elected official, and as just a private citizen, in good faith, support any expansion of the wolf population until those issues are dealt with, and dealt with in a more positive manner, which results in a more harmonious relationship between the counties, the federal government, the human populations, and the wolf populations. So those are my personal comments, and I will be putting them into writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Moss. Supervisor Angus, do you have...
Well, I will keep this short, and I echo some of what Supervisor Moss said. I do not believe that the wolves belong in Arizona, period. I think we have a government that does not know its place, that has become overbearing, and their appetite, talk about wolves, their appetite for power and control has left them with no common sense and no sense of reality. I heard this phrase at a meeting in Apache County when we were out there. For the first time, it was brought up. Someone mentioned environmental justice. Environmental justice. I think maybe it was Sherry Barrett said it, and I had never heard that before, so I looked it up, and from their own website, this is the definition of environmental justice. Environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. It will be achieved when everyone enjoys the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards and equal access to the decision-making process to have a healthy environment in which to live, learn, and work. So what I read from that is that we are all equal in the decision-making part of this deal. Is that true? That we were all equal partners in this? And that our rights as citizens of Arizona are at least as equal as the rights of the wolves from Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a public process, and we're looking for comments from everybody. Thank you, Supervisor.
And I have the address information for the lady, the lead on environmental justice. She was at the meeting in Albuquerque, and I've got a little bit of information on that.
Okay, that's all I have to say.
Supervisor Brotherton, do you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, I do. First of all, I want to thank all of you that came to this meeting this morning. We put a lot of time and work into it, and I'm certainly very pleased that all of you came, and I know there were some that would like to have come and just couldn't. And I come from a long line of farmers, ranchers, people that made their living from the dirt and from the cattle that they raised, and I saw the hard work that was put into it, the sweat, blood, and tears. And then to have a predator come in and destroy everything that you've worked for all of your life, and perhaps your father and mother's life and grandparents' life, is absolutely criminal. It absolutely breaks my heart to think about those things that have happened to some of the ranchers and how much work they've put into it. So I'm very much against the wolf being introduced into Arizona, period, simply because I know that the federal government has never managed anything well that I can see. I mean, I can look around and see a lot of projects and a lot of things that are being managed by the federal government, and I don't see that they're being managed that well. So until, as Mr. Moss says, there can be some big changes, I'm not going to hold my breath. But I just am very, very much against anything like this happening in Mohave County, or anywhere in Arizona for that matter. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience that have any questions that they may have found out?
I have a question for Mr. Oakley with respect to his study. I would quarrel with the fact that he didn't address the feral dog population, because the genus whether it's a coyote or a dog or a wolf. And I came in late, and maybe I didn't hear it, but I would like you to address that issue in your study.
Will that be kind of your notes, John?
Yes.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Anything that you thought about the last couple of breaks? Lee?
I noticed the very first slide, Mr. O'Keefe, you said there's 70,000 wolves, gray wolves in Canada and Alaska. How in the world can we say, and it is the world, we say they're an endangered species? They're endangered in LA, Los Angeles City too, but we don't plant them in Los Angeles City. So why is the government trying to declare gray wolves endangered?
So to answer your question, the current thing that the government's trying to do is delist gray wolves across the majority of the United States, and then relist Mexican wolves as a subspecies. And so it's that subspecies that we're saying is endangered. And the subspecies, in fact, is 75 in the wild and approximately 300 in captivity.
Thank you. I believe that somebody asked a question of how much this program had cost to date. And I think Pascal came up with a number. Maybe you can see if we're in the ballpark.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Chairman, I think it could be interesting to share two numbers with the public here because sometimes numbers capture reality. So the exact cost of the Mexican wolf program as of December 31st, 2012 was $28.8 million. The population count in the wild was a minimum of 75 wolves. That comes to $384,000 per wolf. That's the first number which may be of interest. Each and every one of these wolves out there cost us $384,000. As I think I shared with you, Mr. Chairman, I wish I was a wolf. I would be worth a lot more than I am.
Thank you, Pascal.
The second number, if I may, is John said in his presentation that each wolf was eating 13 kilos of meat per day. And that resonated very well with me. I know what it is, 13 kilo. But I figured, maybe we should talk in pounds around here. So 13 kilo is 28 pounds. If you have 100 animals out there in the wild, and if they eat 365 days per year, which is not exactly correct, but it's good enough for an analogy, that means that 100 wolves out there in Arizona are consuming approximately 1 million pounds of meat per year. That's what we're talking about.
I would say that's on the real high end. We're talking about the animal consuming 1/3 of its body weight per day. That'd be pretty high.
No, well, the straight mathematical calculation, 28 pounds times 100 wolves times 365 days come out to 1,022,000 pounds. It's just math.
Right, I understand that, but I think the animal consuming 1/3 of its weight per day might be a little high. But we have the experts here. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that, John Oakliffe, you said, indeed, in your presentation, 13 kilo per meat and per day in winter, though.
Yeah, it's in two things. It's in winter. It's based on the mass of the entire elk per se, and a lot of that's unedible. So about 75% is that unedible, and it also doesn't account for scavengers' offtake from that carcass. And there's a lot of scavenging that happens on that carcass as well.
That makes sense. One item that came up at the meeting that we had before with the Arizona Game and Fish, and John indicated to us that one wolf will consume 12 to 16 elk per year. Is that correct, John?
That's correct. When I was here last week, that was the number that I've seen in reports that we've worked off of. And John Oakliffe, I don't know if you're aware of where that number came from, but it is based on research that has been done in other areas somewhat. And then there's been some really not thorough research done at the Wolf Project out of the Alpine office, but that's just a rough estimate that we use to try to calculate biomass needs for wolves in Arizona.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a question over here. Let me give you the mic. That way you can...
Thank you. Hi. Since we will be doing this on purpose, what are the benefits that we can expect from this action?
Are you addressing that to one specific person on the board?
Well, I presume that's addressed to me, but as part of our goal and it's the Endangered Species Act, and that's our mission to recover endangered species for the Fish and Wildlife Service, and that's also a reflection. It's the laws of the United States that's out there. So to the degree you can get into more specific studies about ecosystems and that kind of stuff, but that's been debated back and forth on the ecosystem benefits of the wolf. So there's various things that are out there, but there's studies that show, for instance, pronghorn calves do better, or pronghorn fawns do better in areas with wolves because they limit coyotes. Now, whether that's going to hold water down here, that's yet to be studied. That's up north, and so how well that translates down here is still an open question.
Thank you, John. Questions? Let me get the mic over so everybody can hear.
Two-part question is the Game and Fish. The Western Livestock Journal had an article in there. I wished I'd have kept some of these articles and brought them in because they've been on wolves. And they lost 40% of their elk herd in Game and Fish as it was protecting the wolves, and they wouldn't put out no permits. And the elk herd's going down, and both of them were fighting among themselves, and finally they did put out 200 wolf permits this year, and the governor bought the first wolf permit. And my other part of the question was, is Game and Fish, are you going to be the enforcer of all the laws the feds are going to put on us about the wolves, that that we can't shoot and can't poison or trap or whatever? Are you going to be the enforcer of these laws that are coming up?
Well, as far as the game impacts in Arizona, the affected game management units for the Mexican wolf reintroduction that has occurred so far in Arizona is Game Management Unit 1 and Game Management Unit 27. Pardon me. Occasionally, we'll have a wolf that may venture out beyond those units, but for the most part, we're monitoring game populations in those two units. And I think John had presented a slide in his presentation that showed, and I'm pretty sure that's our data that you're basing that slide on, kind of the fluctuation of population of elk in, was that 27? Or Unit 1? Or
That
both?
was both of them, just in terms of the cow-calf ratio.
Okay,
Chris.
so we have been, since inception, that's one of our concerns, is making sure that the wolves that are in Arizona aren't having significantly adverse impacts on those game populations for obvious reasons, economic reasons. Our department funding is tied to those tags. So the experience so far, and I think this last count, year-end count in December of last year, we ended up with about 22, minimum count of 22 wolves in Arizona. So that population of wolves has not shown to have an adverse impact on our ability to maintain elk populations in either of those units. Now, as far as, but to go further, when we're looking at all of these proposed rules and evaluating alternatives that we may be able to contribute to the environmental impact statement process that I mentioned earlier, game impacts in Arizona remain a significant concern of the department, of the Arizona Game and Fish Commission. because it's our livelihood as an agency, clearly. There are local economies that rely on that recreation benefit. So it's not diminished in any way, I guess is my ultimate point. We just need to evaluate what we're trying to figure out, or what triggers wolf population-wise do we feel are appropriate to, when we hit those triggers, we can start affecting wolf management in Arizona, which kind of bleeds into your next question about who enforces the laws. I mean, there's a difference between federal laws and state laws, but what we're going to heavily advocate for when it comes to protecting game populations in Arizona is the ability to start managing wolves when they are having these impacts. Because without that, yeah, our concern is what you describe, is that wolves end up having significant impact and result in declines in game populations and just native prey populations in general, which is not a good scenario for the state of Arizona.
Thank you.
Next question.
Well, I'd like to ask Mr. Cooley if it gets to the point where you find you need to regulate the population of the wolves, or through hunting license and tags, or how are you going to get that? How are you going to get that power? You've already lost it. So what are you going to do about it?
Well, we have, and that gets into the point that I think Pascal was hitting on earlier in his presentation, is within the 10J designation, the non-essential experimental designation, the big shaded area that you see on the maps between the freeways, that provides, we hope, and we will assert, the mechanism to manage wolves that we feel are having an adverse impact. So that management could take place by either a lethal removal of a wolf or wolves that are causing problems, which has been done in the past, or trying to capture and relocate wolves that are causing problems back into captivity or elsewhere. So the 10J provides those mechanisms to be able to take those management actions. That
I don't think you really answered my question. No, I asked, where are you getting the power over the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service? If they don't want that done, you suppose you're going to have the power to go ahead and do it?
Well, I mean, so far through the cooperative arrangement that we've had with the service over the last 15 years, we've been able to express our positions. They primarily related to livestock depredation cases and not game impact cases. So, yeah, if you're asking me the question of whether state law and state regulations, if we were to pass a wolf hunting season, is that what you're getting at?
Well, yeah. What I'm saying is Arizona Game and Fish, when I was over there, they were just going along. They didn't have, I mean, they could give them some input, but nobody listened. Who has the power to make the final decision? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife or the Arizona Game and Fish?
Well, I think the way it works now on any control action involving wolves, the final decision rests with the regional director.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Now, I also wanted to know exactly how much has been spent on this Mexican gray wolf program so far.
I'll defer to Pascal because you have.
I mean, Mr. Oakley, but yeah, whoever.
28.8 million is what Pascal said earlier.
Yeah, I have here the official calculation by the Fish and Wildlife Services, so this is factual data. The grand total from 1979 to 2012 is $28.8 million. No problem.
Any further? Anybody else?
Chairman, something about, and that report's dead on from Fish and Wildlife, what they've spent on the program, but what it fails to mention is a lot of the cumulative impacts to counties and states. Those impacts that range to cutbacks that counties and states have had to do to, let's say, public infrastructure and safety, to a parent's ability to even have a job, which then removes children from school if they have to move, as we've heard already. They do not take into effect, in fact, for any species in the Endangered Species Act, the agency admits they take into account no cumulative impacts data. And it's actually not even recorded. They didn't even record the data for their program, what the cumulative impacts were to other agencies till 1989. So.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Supervisor Moss.
I have a question, only because I heard it asked earlier today, and I haven't heard it re-asked, so I thought I would bring it up. And this is for Mr. Oakleaf. And by the way, John, I have to say I admire your presentation and demeanor. You don't have a lot of friends, it seems like, surrounding you right now, but you're staying cool, and I really do appreciate that, and that speaks very well of your character. Is the Mexican gray wolf, which is being introduced, is it known to be truly to be a Mexican gray wolf, or is it a hybrid creature? I think I heard during the public comment a statement along those lines.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for your kind comments. I appreciate that. Secondarily, there has been research on the Mexican wolf through the years that indicates it's a pure subspecies of the gray wolf, and so genetic research is out there. In terms of the animals that are out there on the ground that we trap, so we catch dogs, we catch coyotes, we catch wolves because they're in leg hold traps. And so we take blood from all those and get it analyzed by our genetics lab to see if there's some percentage of dogs in the wolves or whether they're pure wolves. And we've seen hybrid litters 3 times. We euthanize those hybrid litters, euthanize the pups from them. So we're very serious about, and that was a dog-wolf cross that occurred out there in the wild in those 3 instances. So we're very serious about taking genetics from all these animals and figuring out what the animal is.
I have a follow-up question on that point. Is in preparation for today and the last meeting we had, I did a little bit of brief amount of research, not a scientific level of research, but apparently in places such as Canada, in the northern portion of the United States, something called coy wolves are becoming more and more, coy wolves, I'm not sure the pronunciation, a mixed breed of coyote and wolf is becoming more and more of a problem, and tends, from what I'm reading, to be far more aggressive than the actual wolf itself. Is that accurate, or do you have any information about that?
Again, from what I've seen in terms of the coyote-wolf hybridization, this has been on the eastern wolves that I said were a different species, and so red wolves, and then there's an eastern wolf species that's around Algonquin National Park in Canada and drifting down in those areas. In terms of gray wolf coyotes, we have not seen the hybridization that occurs between gray wolves, which originated in Europe and came over, and so there's a New World species of wolves and the Old World species of wolves, and so we haven't seen that hybridization with the Old World species.
Thank you very much, and I will again say that you've handled yourself very well under pressure.
Thank you, Chairman Noss.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that...
Wait, Gary, can I just say one more thing? It's
Certainly,
just,
Supervisor Angus.
We talked about it earlier. There is a movement for returning public lands to local control. One of the spearheads of that is a group called the American Lands Council, and thanks to Sylvia Allen and Barry Weller, they're bringing in what is his title?
Representative, Utah State Representative.
Utah State Representative Ken Ivory, and he'll be here in Mohave County on September 13th. Please mark the date, right here in this auditorium at 6 p.m. So hopefully more people can come. You'll be hearing a lot more about it, and we'll be talking about a lot of these issues that we talked about today going forward, and how, everything that you can do to help us along with that. So September 13th.
Thank you.
Chairman Watson.
Certainly.
I'd just like to thank the folks who came and provided comments. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I really do, and thank you for your comments, and I look forward to seeing them in writing as well.
Thank you. And John, thank you for making that trip over. Really do appreciate it. And thank you all for making the trip over.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your input, your help.
Thank you.
And we'll get through this together. Not sure what the outcome will be yet, but we'll get there somehow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
There.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, thank you for attending today. If you come across anything that you want to add, please put them on the comments. The written comments are important.
Oh, are you leaving? I thought you were going to hang around.